Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Live stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star, star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
From the block, Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no more. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Jelly's in the house, talking trash and truth, no sugar-coated news. Something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From halls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make you right. Live stream dreams, we're the wayside. You know you're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are.
Hello, my lovies. Happy Thursday. It is 12:03 p.m., February 27th, 2025. I am coming to you live from South Central Pennsylvania, from the Appalachian Mountains. It is a beautiful rainy day outside. It's not snowing, but yet precipitation. Um, This is Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truth. I'm very sleepy. Sorry about that. I only got 2 hours of sleep, so good luck. Hold on. And you have come to Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. I wanted to talk about a couple things today, but mainly what's on my mind is I'm just waiting for that list to drop. There's a poll out on the YouTube side, if you guys can see it, asking what you think is going to happen. You think it's going to be a partial release? You think it's going to be a full release? Or you think that we're going to be waiting all day and get nothing? I'm a little torn between partial release and nothing. I'm hoping for something. Not entirely sure that's going to happen, but fingers crossed. Let's go. Let's have a little faith, right? Have a little faith. Let's say hi to everybody in my chat. We got Wolfram dropping those links like they're hot, doing his job all the time. Thank you so much, honey. Heidi, too, getting in there, throwing out all my little disclaimers and encouraging everybody to do the right thing. Come on, sub up, hit that like button, share it out. Let's get it going. I don't really promote myself. I leave it up to Wolfram and Heidi. Because I'm not good at self-promotion. But I thank you anyway for trying. And Wolfram, oh, look at, he's here. He wipes his paws, lopes in, and... As Winning says, the Alpha Mod is in the house. All right, how you guys doing? And we got my snipperoonie, moral depravity. I'm here for the tips. Joking. Listen, I got tons of tips on moral depravity. I mean, I know how to have a good time, but these people take it to a whole other level. And we're going to get into that. So hey to you, Snipperoonie. Hope you're doing well today. And we got Iris. Hello, honey. Hey, I got to be here. Welcome, baby. How you doing? bringing your sexy self up in here. We got my cool gamer. I'm sending hugs to you, my friend. How are you doing today? And here we go. We got Vice Baby. All right. If I'm correct, you would be, are you Jeff's son? Are you? Because that's what that name says to me. And I think I saw you somewhere. But whoever you are, welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoy. Listen, if you are Jeff's son, my favorite story is that Jeff tested my tarot card abilities by making me read gummy bear cards. Okay, so if I passed the test, he was very impressed with me. So I'm actually like, I was very happy about that. That was a proud moment for me. Infuriating because I was like, really? Gummy bears? Really? Like, come on now. And he was like, hey, if you can do it, you can do it. Fine. And I did it. And I was all proud afterwards. So, but I miss him. I do. But he was a great guy. He always made me laugh. I used to make fun of his Wilford Brimley Lorax mustache all the time. He's just telling me to shut up. Inya! We got Inya out here all around you. How you doing, baby? What's up? Cool gamer coming in with yet another account. Hi, honey. I see you. What gummy bear cards? He had a tarot deck that only used gummy bear drawings. And I never used anything but my own tarot card deck with the, Greek mythology arcana. And I did a reading for him, which he was like, wow, that was really good. And then he was like, but let's see if you could really do this. And he pulled out a deck of gummy bear cards. He said, I'm going to pull the cards, do a cold read. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. I was like, really? Really? I've been reading tarot cards for over 35 years. You're going to make me read gummy bears? And he was like, if you can't do it, like, he was such a nudge. I was like, fine. Don't tell me I can't do something. Like, you threw down the gauntlet. I'm picking it up. Here we go. We had a fun day. It was a really good stream. He enjoyed my tarot card reading. Not like Good Logic, who said I made him feel naked on stream because I told him about himself. It was fun. It's a really good memory. It said, girl, read my tarot. I need something to look forward to. I'm trying not to read the tarot cards, not to bring like spirits in this house because I haven't seen any. And it's just, this whole house was cleansed when I got here, and I'm trying to keep it that way. But eventually, I'll do it. Snipper Rooney, you're gonna make me tear up talking about legal vices he's missed. Oh, he's always missed, but he's always with us. Every time I sit down, I think about him because I don't have something to sit on besides my fat ass. But the day he told us that when you get older, if you sit down and you sit on your balls, that's a scream you haven't heard ever. Like, fucking amazing. I love him. So I think about him a lot. Oh my goodness. Inya said, one of these days, I really want a reading from you. One day or evening when we won't both be busy at the same time, right? Edith said, denied. I didn't deny you. I said, not right now. Like, not right now, because I can't afford to have any bad luck. And tarot card readings, for some reason, because God has a sense of humor, gives me 7 days of bad luck. And I'm like, really? 7? You couldn't just go with the, like, 1? Why 7 days? Why not 7 minutes, God? Like, 7 minutes of bad luck is a lot. 7, like, days of bad luck is a little bit of overkill. So anyway, getting back to what we were supposed to be talking about. So Pam Bondi, apparently, yesterday, it was all over X, said that she was releasing the list today. She didn't give specifics. Somebody put up, and I'm not entirely sure that she actually said this, but said that this is really like this is sick stuff. And it was just like, okay. So I kind of want to put some feelers out there. Like, you guys let me know. Are you optimistic about it? Are you mildly curious? Are you rabidly curious? I am rabidly curious because I used to read all the depositions. I I literally would sit here for hours with Winning, both on stream and off, and I would do the voices of like all the different people in the depositions by myself because you all know me. I could speak forever, so I don't really need somebody to do characters. I was a kindergarten teacher, damn it. I do all the voices. So I remember reading all of them and reading the testimonials that they gave about their accounts of what happened, and I was just furious over the whole thing. And I was even more furious that they thought he unalived himself from a 4-foot, height when he was well over, 5.5 feet tall. So it's like, okay, how did he manage that? I mean, I know David Carradine did it, but that was an accident. This dude, I'm not buying it. I couldn't buy it. I couldn't. The fact that they try to push off all these unalivings is, like, oh, they're unalived themselves. No, they didn't. How do you unalive yourself by stabbing yourself like 17 times in the back? I remember they did that with one celebrity or one person that was found que mort. Stabbed himself in the back. I think it was 22 times. And I was like, first of all, you cut your finger when you're slicing a vegetable, and that's the end of that knife for 10 minutes until you get that stuff under control. And you don't want to pick up that knife because it's going to hurt. You just like, I'm just going to do it again. And you don't want to do it again. How do you have the wherewithal to stab yourself in the back? I can't even scratch my back for 22 seconds, let alone stab myself in the back 22 times. And I mean, not for nothing, stabbing somebody else 22 times, you're going to work up a sweat. You ever try to like tenderize meat? You get a nice steak and you take a knife or a fork and you put holes in it to tenderize it so you can marinate it overnight or whatever. By the time you're halfway through that steak, you're like, man, fuck this steak. Your arm is tired. You're like, damn it. Now imagine a person. Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Whenever they say these, I don't buy it. I'm very, very skeptical when it comes to just finding people dead. And it's like, I don't know. So I'm wondering how you guys are doing. Speaking of finding dead, I'm sure most of you have heard that Gene Hackman, his wife, and his dog were all found dead while someone was doing a wellness check at his New Mexico home. The police do not suspect foul play. And everybody is like, oh, the Epstein list. Okay, let's have a little dose of common sense here. Number one is Gene Hackman. He was 95. 95. His wife was 63. And then there's the dog. If he was going to do something to himself or to his wife or to himself and his wife or vice versa, if she was going to do it, you really think they were going to take the time to do the dog in? Really? The fact that they were all found and no foul play is suspected, you don't think maybe it was like gas leak, carbon monoxide poisoning? Shit happens. Shit happens. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's something nefarious at play. And they're like, oh, if what he died right after she said the list was coming out. They didn't say he was freshly dead. They said they just found him. Usually when somebody calls in a wellness check, it's because you haven't been heard of for like days and they can't get in contact with you. So I don't think it had anything to do with the list. I don't think it had to do with anything criminal in any way, shape, or form. I think they were probably sleeping and breathed in a whole bunch of stuff that put them to a deeper sleep, and they just stayed that way. It happens, and it happens a lot more than you would think. But yeah, I don't. I find it very doubtful that it was a, you know, some type of criminal thing that took him out. Um, it just doesn't ring of it doesn't ring of homicide or suicide or any of that stuff. Damn it, I said the word. Ah, well, YouTube, you could spank me later. But let me go back and catch up in chat because I never do. I never do. Da, 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 da. He just is like, I'm off work, sort of, today, so I've been waiting. That's awesome, baby. I'm so glad you're here. So glad you're here. I know I went way far back. Vice Baby said flexibility and talent. I mean, those are two good things that go together, especially if you're talented at being flexible. You could do all sorts of things. Lady Awesome Sky. I know it's Autumn Sky, everybody that new here, but I call her Lady Awesome. Hello, honey. Grand risings to you too. Snipperoonie, you made me hungry and murderous at the same time. Jeffrey Dahmer, anyone? Oh, no. No. Eat the brains. We're going to eat the brains. Forget the bugs. Eat the brains. Dibs on the cheek meat. Girl, who's cheek meat? Because, I mean, you could feed quite the family on mine. To walleyes, that's the snipper. You go have a walleye. You enjoy that. I've heard about them. I know they're a big Minnesota thing. Was it Minnesota? Yeah, I think it was Minnesota that I looked it up, and it was a big Minnesota thing. Yeah, I've never had one, and just because it says walleye, I don't plan on it ever, ever. And you said Hannibal Lecter said it is on a human too. Nice. What are the cannibal? There are cannibals from Africa that says humans taste like chicken. That's what they say. They say humans taste like chicken, and a comedian reiterated that, and I was like, let me go look that shit up. And it's true, they do. They say that humans taste like chicken, and I'm like, do they really though? I have a hard time believing you're gonna bite into like somebody who eats nothing but spicy food like their entire life, and they're gonna taste bland like a chicken. Chicken is bland. That's why you season it. All these people out here who are just throwing like chicken meat in to cook without seasoning it, how dare you? That offends me. P. Didge, what's up? You'll not see P. Digits on the list. I like flying in boats, but Hank Johnson has me convinced that islands flip over. Yeah, you don't want to go too far to the left or right in Guam because it'll just whoop right over, apparently. I swear to God, I was talking to Winnie the other night, and I said, the way people are so uneducated. I said, it's not even about a college education. They've just never learned. Like, they never picked up any common sense. They never picked up any of that stuff. So it's just like, but it's crazy. Lady Awesome said the fact his wife was 30 years younger and the dog pass looks like natural gas leak or carbon monoxide poisoning. Thank you. See, my girl. See, you get me. You get me. Because as soon as I read that, I said, oh, it was probably carbon monoxide poisoning. And then all the conspiracies started. And I was like, oh, see, this is why they make fun of our side. Because y'all don't know when to shut the hell up. Like, just say, aw, rest in peace. He's 95. Rest in peace. You don't really think he was going to, like, demolish his entire existence just because of some news that might come out that he probably has nothing to do with because he was too fucking old to do it. Like, he's 95. Who's he running from? And for how long? I mean, really. Like, let's be sensible about this. Vice baby. I like your voice. Is that weird to say? Very calming. Thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate it very much. It is not weird to say. Not at all. Because my voice is all anybody gets. So I don't let you guys see me. Everybody knows what I look like. I just don't like being on camera because I cry a lot. So I just don't like it. See, it's different for men and women. I'd have to do my hair. I'd have to put makeup on. I'd have to make sure the boobs look good. It's just like, That's a lot of work for 12 o'clock. Like if I was going out to work, I'd look like that every day. But since I'm on here and I could just hide behind the camera and be like, then that's what I do. But look at the avatar. She's adorable. And the cat is super cute. Uh, but thank you very much. I it's always weird when people say my voice is calming because if you listen to my mother, I can bend steel with my voice. So there's that. Doo, 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 doo. And you check out some of her poetry readings. One of them is Spicy Spicy. Oh, that's oh, which one is that? That's the one by E. E. Cummings. No pun intended. Yeah, that's the one that yeah, all the ladies like that one. I'm pretty sure the guys like it too. They just don't admit it. But yeah, I get all I use my sultry voice. Yeah. So there you go. You'd enjoy those. Uh Even like expert used to say, I only put your stream on when I want to go to sleep because it soothes me and I go to sleep. Thank you. And my winning falls asleep to my voice all the time. So Lady Awesome at Vice Vice Baby. I love her accent. I grew up with a lot of Italians. So I find Shelley's voice comforting. Oh, ti voglio molto bene, Bella. Uh, just an FYI, boobs always look good. I mean, I know. I mean, mine especially. I love my boobs. I have always loved my boobs. Well, once they came in, like I said, it took me being pregnant with Katie for me to have an actual rack. But I went from an A to a double D, and now I'm a full C, kind of shallow D, I guess. I don't know. It depends. It depends, but I like them. I mean, if there's girls out there who tell you that they don't like their boobs, then you need to tell them to just embrace it. Like grab them, shake them up, jiggle them, whatever. It doesn't matter. I can store stuff in my bra. It's nice to be a woman. It is super nice. And you said my son loves the cat. When you had it changed, he kept asking, "Where's the cat and coffee picture?" Aw, aw. Did you ever show him my real cat? And I don't mean that in a perverted way. I mean like the actual cat. Wait, show him my boo. There's Boo. There's my boo boo. He's way bigger now. Dear God, he's he's so big. I have all sorts of avatars. I have avatars for when I watch wrestling. You got that one. There you go. She's hot. Winning loves that one. You got my sleepy time one. There's that one where I'm just chilling with you guys at night. He's obsessed with cats. Good. That's good. People who love cats, they're good people. Anybody who loves animals, I don't care who you are. You're okay in my book. I'm actually researching this chick that she supposedly loves animals, but she's crazy. And the animals in her care all throughout her life have wound up with broken necks. Weird, right? It's just weird. I have had animals since literally the day I was born. Not one of them had a snap neck, ever. Not one of them just wandered off and got poisoned inside my house. Nothing happened to my animals other than, natural progression of life. And I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but her name is Letitia. And the pretty antisocial girls have been covering that as well as Moon. And I just happened to watch one of the streams and said, "Oh my God, this bitch is crazy." Like, I was so offended by the things she was saying. So I am going to try to do a bit of a series on her and on other people because I think it's something that we could enjoy talking about. Um, I actually came up with an intro. I'm going to show you the intro. Now that's for when I want to talk about other people, like very specific and get into like their case files and whatever. And I called it, the whole exploring very interesting lives because if you make that into a, what do they call it? Anagram? It's evil. So, and I did that on purpose. But yeah, I want to talk about her, and I'm gonna do some streams about her because y'all, I watched her and I feel positively, mentally brilliant and healthy. Oh my God. I look at myself and I'm like, wow, I'm not crazy. I mean, I'm a little off, but in a lovable way. I'm not kill your kitten, put a puppy in a freezer. She put puppies in a freezer and then said, send me money because I'm traumatized from listening to them whimper while they died. Girl, like I am a huge animal person. Like I love animals. She did that. I was like, this sociopathic bitch. I was so mad, so mad. One of her dogs jumped off a recliner, broke its neck. That don't happen. She was breeding standard poodles, having their ears and tails cut. And it comes to find out she wasn't taking them to the vet to get it done. She was doing it. What? Really? Like, I'm I feel bad when I cut my cat's nails and they go, "Rah," and I'm like, oh my God, did I hurt you? I'm so sorry. Like, and then they get a can of tuna fish because they're shysters and I know I didn't hurt them, but they tripped my guilt. So it's like, all right, here's tuna. And this bitch is just off killing stuff. She did all sorts of, she was pregnant and she likes to scream grape. It's a whole thing. We're going to go down this friggin' spiral on this woman and y'all are coming with me because I'm not doing this shit alone. She's terrifying and infuriating at the same time. And I'm looking at her on screen and I'm like, very green eyes, big boobs, lots of cleavage, talks about loving animals. She's like the antithesis of me. She is like my polar opposite. That's her. Like we share a couple traits, like the eye color. That's about it. And that, loving animals, even though I actually love animals, she's but I'm fascinated. I can't, her voice makes me want to like put a knitting needle through my eardrums, but I can't look away. It's a train wreck. It's the literal train wreck. It's when you're driving down the highway and you see a foot and you go, oh my God, where's the other one? Where's the rest of it? Like, you're still like looking and it's just, it's like, okay. But I think you're going to enjoy it. So we'll see. Heidi, that's precious. I know. I know. I love when the kids are like that. Winning son is always like, how's your cats? How's your cats? How's your cats doing? We were watching a movie last night. All of a sudden I said, do I hear purring? And he was like, oh yeah. He was like, that's my cat. I was like, oh, it was so cute. Wife says, baby, I got 2 cats. Good man. Good man. See, I like it. Elmira, no, her name is Leticia. And she's from Arkansas, or at least what she did wrong was in Arkansas. Girl, this woman, there's body cam footage of her arrests. Like, there's body cam footage of her peeing 9 months pregnant in the grass because she's getting arrested because she got a warrant out for her. Like, this is like her average life. I say strange shit happens to me all the time, but this one's off the charts. Like, I mean, at least my strange shit is funny. Hers is just, grotesque. Like, oh God, que mort. Like, just death follows this woman everywhere. Yeah, but I want to get into that. So I'm pretty sure you guys would be down for it because I have a lot to say about the excuses she uses, her body language. She's highly manipulative. Highly manipulative. So histrionic. She's just like the brunette fat version of like Amber Heard. Like it, just I can't. Like you have to see it to believe it. You'll like it. I guarantee it. P digits. I don't mind cats, but I'm a dog person. See, and I love dogs, but cats are more my personality. A dog is like, oh, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me. Oh, you stop, pet me again, pet me again, pet me. They're just so happy and in your face. They'd clean up behind you like they're the typical woman. Like, they clean up behind you as they go. There's no crumbs when you don't leave breadcrumbs. If there's puke on the floor, they'll just eat it right up. They don't care. Cats are a little more discerning. I'm a little more like a cat. I'm the, oh, I need affection. Who can I get it from? Oh, you look like you're in a bad mood. Let me go cheer you up. Maybe you'll give me affection. Hey, let me come fix you. Oh, yeah. Let me cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. No, I gotta see where your hand is. Let me see you. Okay, love me, love me, love me, love me. Like, that's me. I want affection on my terms. Oh, look at this. We got Wolfram giving in. Here we go. Super chat for the guys. There we go. We got $5 from Wolfram for a super chat. Says clip time. Thank you, honey. I don't have the other clips that Winning has. He has the tiered clips. Let me tell you guys, I sat there and went over all of them with him. And he was like, which ones do you think are like $5, $10? And I'm looking and I was like, you're giving an awful lot away for fucking $20. I was like, what if you put like a star over and then an upgrade? It's like every time they go a little higher, you see a little more. And he was like, that's a good idea. Actually, I was like, oh, it is, because he rarely tells me I have good ideas. Because I don't usually for him. But that he was like, yeah. So I was like, all right. So those were all approved. Hell, I had a hand in picking them out and like saying, here, charge this, charge that. But they're worth it. Like when you keep going up, Lord, one of them, I was like, oh, you better charge a lot for that one, because I swear to God, you'll get struck. Like, YouTube is going to be very upset with you. Like, if it was Rumble, I could see. But yeah, YouTube is going to have an issue. But thank you for your $5 super chat, Wolfram. Mwah, you're such a good boy. Somebody throw him a bone, please, or a burger. I got Snickers next to me. Don't tell Winnie. Snipperoonie said, I had a crazy cat lady neighbor. She had up to near 100 cats in her house. I can't even imagine the smell. I can't. No. I have 2 cats. I change that litter twice a week. I mean, I scoop it out and then I like add baking soda. I spray it and I can still, nobody else smells it. I still smell the pee. I can't imagine what a house with 100 cats smells like. She moved out and kept them there. Nice house, but it had to be gutted since she saw, I'm sure, between the fleas and the feces and the pee. No. Heidi said last when I read that, I read Elvira. I love Elvira. 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 Evil people. Yep, evil people love it. What the hell? She could burn it out. She really is like, full stop with the actual fire. I'm telling you, I am going to actually take a risk and show somebody else's streams when I do this. I'm not doing it today because I need to mentally prepare for it. And I'm kind of overloaded on her today. But I'm also going to shout out the two channels that I'm taking them from, because I really like their content. I like their takes. If you guys have not visited Pretty Antisocial, do, because they're really something else. They cover a lot of different things. It's just 2 moms sitting there, they're talking, but they're young, they're very pretty, very with like how everything goes, but they're down to earth. Like they're one of us. And you can tell. They try to be very gentle when they talk about other people, but sometimes, like, especially the one with the redder hair, she's just like, no. And I like it because she's like, no. Like, she reaches her threshold of bullshit and she's like, no, I can't. No, I'm not going to say nothing nice. No. Like, let me just tell you about you. And I'm here for it. So I like them very much. If you can, check them out. Fun. Hi, honey. How are you? She said, nope, I tap out. I'm here talking trash. And she was 18 minutes behind. Chipmunk on, hun. There you go. Make me chipmunk. Go ahead. I will dance to your tune. Vice Baby said, ha, my roommate says I'm a black cat. There you go. Black cats are very mysterious, but very loyal. Very, very loyal. And they see things that the other cats don't. Just like orange cats are a little like touched in the head sometimes. They do weird shit. I have 2 tabby cats. And the one has like the Bengal markings. And she's the crazy one. She's diesel. Like she walks like those over muscly pit bulls. You know, the Stafford ones, they're real short and they got the bowed out legs and they walk like they're gonna kick your ass. That's how she walks. And she will kick your ass. She's a little more than half the size of Boo. Boo's the male cat. And he's the scrapper. He's big. He's a big boy. He can one hit and he messes you up. He jumps on my lap and I'm like, oh, because he's fat. But and he's really, really long too. And she just walks up to him, wraps her little paws around his neck and flips him and then walks away. And he's just like, what the hell? Just because she can. Just because she can. She don't care. Num. I'm glad you ate, honey. Last said, since my dog crossed the Rainbow Bridge 5 months ago, I've been thinking about getting a cat. But you just took me out of it. Cat pee smell. That's only if you have 100 cats. I smell it because that's one of those smells that just hits me really hard. But I mean, you have all those weird smelling pear trees where you're at. So a cat ain't nothing, girl. You won't smell it if it's in a well-ventilated area. You really won't. P, did it smell like pure ammonia? Yep. I mean, I'd imagine it's the same if you had 100 people just peeing in a freaking box or in the corners or whatever, because that's not exactly a good smell either. Cats are El Diablo. Not really. Not really. Cats are very intuitive. They're very good for your mental health, and they always know when you're upset. They know when to approach, and they know when to just sit by. Like, they'll sit near you and be like, I'm not touching you, so don't freak out. But I'm here. You're welcome. And they make you grateful. A cat will make you grateful. Not that you're not grateful normally, but a cat will look at you and stare at you until you're like, thank you. Like, they're good at guilt. Wait, who is the wackadoodle, the animal neck breaker? Her name is Letitia from Arkansas. And Ellie, when I tell you, girl, like I have wandered across a couple strange people online. None like her. None where I sit there and go, see, if you were in front of me, we'd have a problem. Because I can be calm on the side and just bitch about it. But if I was face to face with her, then no. No. Sorry. Heidi, me 3, Ellie, haven't heard of who it is until today. I just heard about her 2 days ago. And it was because they were saying, oh, they're coming back and we're going to have a stream. And then the stream was yesterday and I watched it and my jaw hit the floor. I was incensed all day. It takes a lot to get me like really riled up. And I was livid. I was beyond livid. I was so disgusted. I was so mad. And y'all are going to be mad too. But it's worth looking into just to know that these people are out there. Sir Frank Otter. Hello, honey. Did I miss you? Did you already say hi? If you did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to miss you. Hi, honey. He said, cats are assholes and prove that the world is not flat because everything is still here. That's right. That's right. Because if the world was flat, a cat would have just taken Australia and went boop, and it would have been gone. Yeah, there's absolutely no way Australia would have stayed on the globe. On the globe. If it was flat. Mm-hmm. I can't. That'll trigger me too much. Well, again, on here, I'm going to do only like a little intro. And I'm going to make it, I'm going to make them into videos. And then make that like a separate, like an outward segment for its own playlist. So if somebody wants to go and like listen to it, they can. It's not going to be like a huge draw thing. It's not. I'm not doing it for clip. I'm doing it because I think it's really interesting. But I don't want anybody to feel like I don't want anybody to be like triggered by it. I really don't. I really don't. So I'm gonna like introduce on here and do like that little intro and just say this is da 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 she da 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 da. But I'm not gonna get into specifics on here. That I'll do in a video on demand because I have a lot of comments to make. So and I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of editing involved because I tend to uh, be a little swear happy when talking about her. So I found out. Anyway, so that's that. Lady Awesome, Australia isn't real. I know, I know. Isn't it a dome in Ohio? Mm-hmm. Filled with birds. That's what it is. It's filled with birds. Because they're not real either. Elefant said, my neighbors annoy me with letting their cats roam the neighborhood. I'm like, yo, there are gators. They're getting eaten. That's true. Out by Winning, he has the coyotes. And I don't know why I said that weird. I was gonna say coyotes or coyotes, and I kind of combined it, and it came out fucked up. Sorry, but anyway, um, he has the coyotes that are around his house, his area, so he keeps an eye on his cat. Only his one cat goes outside, but she's also kind of savvy. She knows. She's like, coyote, run to daddy, run to daddy. I've never heard a cat love their papa so much in my life. Like it's enough to make me jealous because he talks all sweet to her and then she's like "Meow, meow, meow." She talks the whole time and I'm like, son of a bitch. I'm like, God damn it, like pet me behind the goddamn ear. Shit, call me pretty. The fuck. I get scraps. This cat's getting all the affection that I want. I'm like, God damn it. No, I'm jealous of a cat, y'all. I'm terrible. Uh Frank said, hey, hi there, T3. Yes, I said something earlier, but you still don't believe they're releasing it unless it's fully redacted. I think a lot of it is going to be redacted. I do. That's my thing. All right, so I was talking to Winnie yesterday. I said, I don't think they can get away with not releasing it because people have been looking for it for too long. It was one of the promises. Trump is going to be like, I don't care who's on. Am I on the list? Anybody in my family on the list? No, I know that. Release the damn thing. Like, he's not going to give a shit. He's really not. But I'm sure they're getting a lot of pushback. But it was a promise. So I do believe they're going to at least release a little bit of it just to wet our beaks and then slowly like push it out over time so that all the people who are like freaking out have a chance to leave the country. And you know what? If that's the way it works, if we don't find out who's on the list, but the people leave and go somewhere else, you know what? Let the trash take itself out. That's fine. Whatever it takes to remove them from my country, that's what I want. But I did say, I said, oh my God, I was talking Winning about it. I said, oh my God, I said, if they release the whole list, they're going to have to do like audition calls for like all new actors and actresses because our entertainment industry, movies, music, TV is fucked. Like they're all going to either be in jail, in disgrace, or leave. Because you know that like the majority of them are involved. So could you imagine? I was like, we're never going to get a decent movie again. Like all the writers are going to go, like everything. Like everybody's just going to be gone. I'm okay with it. I can entertain my damn self. It's all right. I have books to read. It's fine. I can get up here and talk ad nauseum like I do. So yeah, I don't think that they'll be able to not release it in some manner because I think if they don't, well, then you broke a promise and girl, you haven't even been there a week. And you do not want to see this crowd when they turn on you. Like the right is very supportive, conservatives very supportive most of the time. But if you tell them you're going to do something and then you welch on that, they're coming for you. They will ruin you. They will go to X, they will go to Facebook, they will go to YouTube, and they will shout it from the highest mountain, surrounded with megaphones and that damn horn from the Ricola commercial. Like, they will just, everybody will know that you're a lying piece of shit. And that's it. They will call for her like immediate removal. And you know they will. You know they will. And I'd be on board with that if I really thought it was, so important. It's important, but I kind of want her to like go after the people who are, you know, bad right now. Like, I want to know the list, but I'd settle for a partial list right now. Just do like with the Twitter files, like slowly, like a little at a time. Just keep feeding it to us. I mean, that's how you keep people. Give them a little, give them a little more, give them a little more. That's how you get cats. You just feed them once and then they come back for more every time. You don't give them all the food in the house. You just give them a little dish of food and here you go. That should satisfy you for now. Come back when you're hungry. And they will every time. And so will we. Having said that, Bill Clinton did a little speechy poo yesterday, I guess, to get ahead of it. And it just made him look more guilty. I don't know. I don't know if it was an AI thing. I know I saw it. I didn't listen to it. I didn't care because I really hate the man's voice now. He's like, "Oh, my fellow Americans." Like, stop it. I can't with that man. But here's the thing: like, if he's not on it, then you know it's all bullshit. But I want to see flight logs. I want to see who stayed there for how long did they stay there? Who else was there? Like, I want to know who ran in those circles. What am I worried that Stephen Hawking was one of the, whatever? Well, he's dead, so it's not really that big of a worry anymore. And the man couldn't move anything. He had his wife, they were all pervy together. They did that movie saying that, the two of them were like really like debaucherous together. And so could I see him being guilty of that? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I care? No, he's dead. I don't care. Like, if he's on the list, meh. Now, if they release a list with people who have only passed, like nobody that's still alive yet, then I'm going to be pissed off. Because that means you cherry picked every single one of those names and only picked the ones that were dead. No. Like, I need a good mix. Some of them, of course, are going to be dead because shit happens. But for the most part, I want a good mix. And I want to know, like, is Oprah on there? I want to know, Tom Cruise said he never went. I believe him. I do. Because the man, I don't think Scientology would allow that kind of like endeavor for him. But he's got his own issues. Epstein, I don't think, is one of them. I'm not saying he's not possibly depraved, but I don't think it's like Epstein depraved. I think he's just, a Hollywood weirdo. Don't say Australia isn't real to Aussie Overlord. He's tired of here where he really lives is a dome in Ohio. Oh, poor Hayden. Elephant. I had a cat once. He was forced on me by my sisters. They found him under a house crawl space. Aw, pretty sure he ate crack because he was insane. He ended up living in horse stables and died happy. Well, there you go. Cats that like stay outside, they're not good inside. They feel like caged and they get really like skittish and whatever. If you have a cat that like likes half outside, half inside, you got a great balance. If you have one that was always outside and then you try to bring it in, yeah, you're getting scratched, bit, it's shitting on your bed. Like, yeah, it's gonna amber turd you all over the place. Hollywood is already. I know. Hey, Jay, what's up, babe? Hello, everyone. I had to grab my phone to deal with some warranty. Thought I'd stop by and say hey and hit the like button. I feel like I need to hit something. Well, hitting the like is much appreciated. Just I would tell you grab an egg and go smashing on something, but everybody bitches about the price of eggs. You can come here. I literally have 5 dozen huge brown speckled eggs on my kitchen counter right now. Like these chickens are working overtime to give us these eggs, and they're not even full grown yet. They're still babies. Like they're still only like 5.5 months old. And the eggs are just getting bigger. Yesterday, I opened 2 eggs to make an omelet, and they were both double yolks. I was like, ah! I was like, bonus. They were great. Oh my God, they taste so good. I'm going to look like a fucking egg. But I understand the need to hit something. Did the warranty scammers get at you, MJ? I think it's AI, Shelly. It probably is. It probably is. The flight logs have been out. You can find them on Twitter. I highly doubt that they're complete. I really I have a lot of I saw them, I read them. I really don't think they're complete. There's a lot of people that they have pictures of them on that island that are not on any of the flight logs. So I have a feeling they held some back. So I want to see that. I'm really not that interested in the JFK, RFK, MLK. Maybe he just shouldn't have the last fucking name starting with a K. Maybe that's bad luck to do that and be in politics or out in public. But I'm interested in them, but not as interested. Because let's face it, I mean, most of us, we think we know what happened anyway. We're just looking for verification, right? This, we're in the dark and we're just guessing. I don't like guessing. I like knowing. So just come at me with that list and just give it to me and just trust me to make an educated, hypothesis at the end. Like, trust me to come to a good conclusion. I don't need to be spoon-fed what they want me to see on the list. I want to look at the list and I'll look for patterns. I will. That's all I do is look for patterns. So we'll see. We'll see what my intuition does for me. The OG list going around had Hawking on it. He definitely went there. I mean, there are pictures, there's video of him there and everything. But, I mean, whether he could actually do something himself, that's debatable. People like him, I don't think they dirty their hands anyway. They get somebody else to do it. They like to issue orders. They like to get people to jump through hoops for them. So I could see him being an active participant in the fact that sitting there giving out orders and saying, hey, go do this. Hey, go do that. Get me this. Get me that. Blah, 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 blah. Since physically he couldn't do it. I've seen the flight logs on Twitter. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, believe me, when they released all that stuff, I combed through all that stuff. I was lost to winning for like days. That I would sit on the phone and he'd be like, what are you doing? I'm reading. Leave me alone. Like, just let me read. It's fine. I'm busy. I'm highlighting shit. Just leave me alone. Yeah, Oprah's on one of those lists. She absolutely is. Tom Hanks. Oh, yes. But you know what? I don't feel the slightest bit bad if Tom Hanks is completely exposed, because lately he's just pissing me off. All the fucking celebrities, him, Mark Hamill. I'm like, really? Robert Downey Jr., like the entire cast of all the Marvel movies. I'm like, yeah, all right, you're all drinking the same Kool-Aid. You get paid to lie to us. Why is anybody taking anything you say at face value or even as like a partial truth? You're literally hired schlubs. That's all you do is lie for money. I'm not going to trust you. If anything, whatever comes out of your mouth is going to convince me of the opposite, because I know you're a freaking liar. But I don't need you in my face killing these characters for me because you're standing up and saying, I believe. We don't care what you believe. We don't care about you as people. You are not individuals. You're actors. You are not Robert Downey Jr. to me. You're Iron Man. Just be Iron Man. You like all that money? You like the success that came with that? After you basically just, harpooned your entire career? And then you have this huge like comeback like nobody's ever seen. And now you're going to go piss it away because what? Because they paid you a little bit of money to say Kamala Harris is great. No. No, 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 no. Do better. Do better, Robert. God. Yeah, months ago. I think it was like a year ago. I'm sure Hanks is on it. Saw that name on one of the lists going around. Oh, yeah. Again, for some of them, I know that they're on the original list. I need confirmation. And also, the thing is, we all have seen the flight logs. I want to see how different they are. What if they removed information? That's got me curious. Like, what if it went out with the Twitter files and then somebody went back and changed things? Like, I want to see, are people missing from the list that we know were there? Because that's suspicious. That's what I'm interested in. I want to see where the lies are because I always expect them to lie to us. I mean, it's just a given. I just want to see I guess, the depth of the lie, like how far they're willing to go and how stupid they really think we are. I think Oprah's on multiple lists, and because of her schools, aren't those terrible? Those African schools? Oh my God. Girls used like slaves. They weren't getting any of the money. She didn't do shit. I feel kind of like maybe she's more involved in moving people. I mean, I don't think she does anything, herself because I look at that woman and I think asexual or lesbian. I don't really think anything else. But and I mean, she's the richest woman, whatever. She could sue me to oblivion. I really don't care. Lady, I got nothing to take. Nothing is in my name. I own nothing. What are you going to do? Take my children? They're adults. I'm pretty sure that my daughter would drive you crazy and my son would, be way too much for you to handle. So, yeah, no, I'm not worried about Oprah, but those schools were terrible. Oh my God. Heidi said, well, I'm really hated to Puffs. I know that's the other thing that I'm waiting for. God. Well, I'm really hated too. Puffs, YouTube. Is that what you said? I thought you were talking about Puff Daddy because that's the other thing I'm waiting for. I can't wait for that day when they go to trial. Oh, we will be covering that if they go to trial. I am not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be a lawyer. I am good with body language. I'm good at detecting lies, and I want company to watch those streams. Screw that. If Diddy goes to trial, y'all better just log back in because I will be here talking about it every day. I don't care how much sleep I lose. Elephant, the pics are probably people who took boats there and not the jet. Probably. But I wonder, like, are they going to include the flight logs to the Palm Beach house? Because he had stuff going on there. It wasn't just the island. He had them in the New York penthouse. He had them at the Palm Beach house. He had them at his little St. James Island. One sec. They have the heat on so high, and it's like 50 degrees out. They don't need the heat on. They really don't. But they're choking the shit out of me. Which normally I might like, but today no. But yeah, he had multiple homes. Didn't he have one in Tahoe? Like a ski place in Tahoe? A lot of them do. But I mean, these are all, I want to see all the flight logs. Because we've only really seen the ones going to Little St. James. I want to know about the rest of them because that one girl who did her deposition, she said that he used to ferret her between Palm Beach and New York for weeks at a time. And the things she had to do were ridiculous. Just who she had to give pedicures to and give her special massages. Naked massage is one thing, but massaging the naked part that's not part of the deal. You pay extra for happy endings in most places, and these girls were like made to do this. So I want to see all of them. All of them. I want no stone unturned. Like, I really want them to peel back the covers and be like, here you go. This is everything. It's gross. It's disgusting, but this is what went on. All right. I just need to know. I need to know. RB, how are you, honey? I was just listening to people read about vaccines based on anecdotal evidence on Facebook. Face palms. So hard, it gives myself whiplash. I know. I know. The whole thing with the measles. They were like, oh, there's a measles outbreak. What were there, like 4 people that got measles in Texas? Okay, if it's all in Texas, where's a major state that has a huge influx over the last couple years of illegals invading and storming across their land that, they're not vaccinated on our schedule. We don't know if they were vaccinated ever because according to them, they're living in a field eating dirt every day, and that's why they're coming to America. So, do we all remember what happened when the conquistadors went to like Hispaniola? They didn't have to murder the natives because they brought diseases with them they were never exposed to. And that's how they killed them. So maybe all these like foreign invaders who, I don't know, live in much different environment than we have are bringing these things here that we haven't seen here in 50 years. They're bringing it back. Okay, but why should we have to get vaccinated because we're being invaded by illegals? Get rid of the illegals, get rid of the problem. Nobody sees a correlation here. I see it. I'm sure y'all see it. Y'all are smart. Like, this is what happened. But no, the illegals don't do anything. Yeah, that's the problem. They don't do anything good. Like, they really don't. I don't care if they're working for like below minimum wage. I don't care. We have plenty of Americans with no skills who could use those jobs. I'm just saying. They don't want to do it, but boo-hoo for you. That's why this country's full of lazy fucks, because they just won't do the jobs that everybody else will do. It's time for them to start getting grateful for any work. If you have no skill set, no education, and you can't do anything right in life, and you get a job, count your lucky stars. Take the job and just hold on to it with everything you got until you get something better. Don't bitch them. Oh, I don't want to do that. You don't want to do that? You like electric? How about food? How about wearing clothes? Unless you're going to wear that one outfit the rest of your life, never wash it, and just, somehow keep it on your body for the next 60 years. Like, go get a job. You're worried about them. Worry about yourself. Fix this country. Don't worry about other people coming into our country trying to get fixed. We can't even fix ourselves. Get the hell out. Go back to your own country. And I know it's not a popular opinion for some people, but I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. My ancestors were immigrants. They went to Ellis Island. They went through quarantine. That's what happens when you come through the legal way. You get checked out. If you have a disease, you go to quarantine. When you don't go to quarantine? When you're swimming across the goddamn Rio Grande trying to get in illegally and you bring all your fucking diseases with you. That's when you don't go to quarantine. That's when shit happens. See, now I'm all riled up. I was going to take a nap, but now I'm all like, but yeah, it's ridiculous. Hawking was a spectator, Shelley. Come on. I'm not saying just a spectator. I'm saying physically he could not do anything. I mean, even if they like tried to ambulate him, he was so like rigor mortis when he was alive, he wouldn't have been able to like do anything. But he could issue orders. He could, he could be like, the grandmaster, the puppet master, I guess, behind the scenes or whatever, and enjoy it that way. But I mean, he couldn't physically like stand up and go get him. That's what I'm saying. Arby was being told that Facebook posts are better than data. Nice. Oh my God, that's like Crockett, that ghetto bitch in the Congress. I can't stand her, y'all. I don't have a racist bone in my body. This bitch, I don't care what color she is. I don't care what gender she is. She's a bitch and she's ghetto as fuck. She is so ratchet. It's ridiculous. The way she gets up there and talks, and just to think, first, it's the language she uses and the affect on the word. So she's trying to like getify the Congress, which is like, no, you're supposed to be, higher up than that. Like, you're supposed to set an example for other people to follow, not to just be like everybody else. That's not your job. represent the people's desires and needs. It doesn't mean go up there and dumb it down because that's what you think they want to hear. They're way more educated than you are, bitch. Like, I can't. What'd she say recently? She went up there saying Doge will get people killed. Doge, that's rooting out corruption and saving us money and, not sending money to groups that just want to make hamsters take cocaine and fight. Now, would I pay to see that? I might, depending on the night. I wouldn't pay a couple million for it, and I'm not going to study it. It's like, oh, look, it's like watching the chicken that plays tic-tac-toe in Chinatown. Like, it's worth a quarter. Not a $250,000. Not a $250,000,000 either. But it's worth a quarter. Oh, look, the chicken made tic-tac-toe. Fuck, it beat me. God damn it. Like, and it always does. Always beats me. Never fails. And that's fine. Doge is doing its job. Doge is doing exactly what we elected Trump to make them do. So more than half the nation wants this. And she's up there, no, nobody wants this. They're going to get people killed. She said that Trump talking to Putin is going to start World War III. Where's this bitch at? Because even though we didn't say it was World War III, like, we're pretty much in the soup. Pretty much in the soup. And if we're not in the soup, we're on the edge of the bowl going, do I jump in? What do I do? Do I jump off? Do I jump in? What am I doing? She said all sorts of things. She said something about Congress. What'd she say about conspiracy theories? That we're all about conspiracy theories and facts matter. Hasn't used a single fact to back up any statement she has made ever. Pure conjecture, pure projection, pure bullshit. I can't stand her. Her and AOC, when AOC was like, he's not a scientist. Elon Musk isn't a scientist. Elon Musk isn't an engineer. Really? Oh, somebody better tell all those people like at SpaceX. And you better call Penn State and tell them that he didn't go there and get degrees from you guys. No. He doesn't like meet up with scientists every day. He doesn't meet up with engineers every day. She acts like every decision is his. Final decision is his. But it's not like he's running from laboratory to laboratory doing all the research. He has teams. That's what good bosses do. They hire people with the skills that they either don't have or don't have the time to use. He's really good at that. He hires the best. He doesn't hire a couple people and then 80% of his workforce sucks. That's what they did at Twitter. He bought it. The next day, 80% of the goddamn staff was gone. Do you see Twitter not doing well? I don't. It's fucking, I can't talk to a goddamn human, which aggravates me. But successful, yeah, that can't be denied. Can't be denied. They're like, oh, he doesn't know. Literally, one of the most self-made successful men on the planet, working for one of the most successful self-made, because he didn't get to live off his father's coattails. He didn't get to ride those. He got a little help, but not a lot, on the planet, working next to all these amazing people. These are all people who built themselves up. They made their lives what they were. They didn't ask for handouts. They didn't, did they rely on the buddy boy system sometimes? I'm sure they did. Because who's going to pass up a little favoritism or nepotism? Nobody. Nobody's going to do that. You're going to take, if you're smart, you take every opportunity you can that's on the up and up. And maybe some who, skirt the line a little bit. But do I trust him to find out who's screwing us over? Oh, hell yeah. And why? Because he put his whole reputation on the line that he could do this. And if there's one thing that Elon doesn't like to do, it's fail. And especially fail publicly. I do believe he loves this country. That this country helped him become who he is. He wouldn't have done this. His life wouldn't have happened in any other country. And he knows that. Do I think that he's having fun? Hell yeah. Do I care if he wears t-shirts every day? No. They're bitching about his wardrobe. Dude, have you ever talked to an autistic kid? They are very, very, very strict on what they wear. There are some who will never wear denim because they don't like the feel. There are some who will never wear a jacket because it's too restrictive. The man wears blazers. He gets dressed up. But day to day, when he's popping out all these ideas and running through with all energy that I will never have and not sleeping, he's wearing t-shirts and jeans. Okay, good. Is that your uniform? That's his uniform. Leave him alone. Let him wear whatever the hell he wants. If he wants to go around with a thing that says tech assistant or whatever, let him. I'm not worried about what he has emblazoned on his chest. I'm worried about what they're putting in their pockets that's costing me money. Like, I have very little money to begin with, and I have like virtually no income now, thanks to the fucking government. But whatever I have should be mine. And knowing that they take a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here until I have nothing, and then turn around and say, you owe me. Fuck you. Like, where's it going? Because it's not improving our roads. It's not making anything better. You're not putting it into the agriculture. You're not helping people. You're giving it to illegals and you're sending it overseas. Like, that's my money. That's your money. I want to know where it's going. So yeah, I'm fully behind Doge. Like this Crockett bitch, I can't. We really need to vet these congressional people because Lord, they're just one dumbass after another. Oh. What else in the news? Oh, the Pope. The Pope is sick, apparently. There's rumors going around that he died. I'm like, I don't believe that. Evil doesn't die that quick, number one. And number two, you would see the cardinals flocking to the Vatican. Absolutely flocking like their asses were on fire because they all want the position. And they know that they have to do the whole conclave and whatever, and they have to vote if he dies. But will he die? I don't know. Maybe. Would I be super sad? I don't want to see anybody die. But I wouldn't mourn for too long. I'd be like, oh, well, now you're with God. Have fun explaining. See, that's the part that gives me the sick little like, hee hee. Because you're the Pope, dude. If you die, you think you're going to get like what? On the expressway through the pearly gates? Because I don't think so. I think St. Peter's going to be standing there going, I've been waiting for you. Who'd you have lunch with yesterday? What's the stance on abortion? How do you feel about same-sex marriage? Yeah, you're going to need a re-education because we don't do that shit up here. So we're going to need you to go back and try again. Like, that's how I feel that's going to go down. And there's another rumor. I don't know if it's true. I saw it all over yesterday and I was really upset about it because I enjoyed watching her. Michelle Trachtenberg. I never say her name right. She was on Gossip Girl, which I never watched, but she was also on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She was Dawn, Buffy's, mystical little sister. And I enjoyed her. She was a brat, and I was there for it. Like, she was a really good foil for like a lot of the characters. And I just liked her. And she was found dead in her Manhattan apartment. They said no foul play. Again, 39 years old. 39 years old. Now, I saw some recent pictures of her, and she was looking quite skeletal. So I'm just wondering if maybe she had a problem. They also said they believe she had a liver transplant, so she could have had, I don't know, maybe hepatitis or just liver disease or whatever. You don't know. People go through hard times. They keep things to themselves sometimes. And apparently she was sickly. But that That one hit me because I was already older when she was on Buffy, and she was just a kid. I know she's only 11 years younger than me, but she was just a kid. So in my head, I think of her as just a kid because I haven't seen her act as an adult. And it hit me hard. It hit me hard. So I don't know if it's true or not. I tend to believe it probably is. But oh, look at that. I'm only 20 minutes behind. Heidi said the actors from our childhood. Ugh, I know. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe because they're not really Gen Z. They were more boomer. And we kind of like adopt them as Gen X. Why do I say Gen Z? Gen X, we kind of adopted them because they were our heroes. But if you think about it, they were quite a bit older than we were. Good afternoon, friends. Hello, T-Rex. How are you? Hope your dad is doing well. Hope you're doing well. I know with your dad being sick, nobody asks about you. How are you, T-Rex? Do you need a hug? Lady Awesome's always giving hugs. She'll give you one. You just got to wade through the cigarette smoke first. Hanky Panky Hanks. Yeah. He's, I mean, when you think about it, it's really not that big a stretch since he was on Bosom Buddies. That was one of his first jobs. And he did that for how many years dressing up as a woman? And he got good at it. So, I mean, if you're going to do that every day, even though it's just your job, like, that's going to do something to your brain. It is. It's going to make it okay for you. It's a slippery slope going down that path. P did is I'm not really interested on who's gone once. I want to know who kept going back. Yeah, going once, you figure, all right, if they go once, maybe they didn't know, they saw, and they said, oh, I'm not doing this shit. This is not for me. And you kind of give them a little grace. I'm not giving them a pass because you still have to answer for the once. And it could be a simple, I saw, I didn't like, I left. Like, that's a legit answer to me. I'm good with that. But if you go back and go back and go back, like, and what if it's somebody who went once to New York and then once to Tahoe, once to London, once to the islands, once to Palm Beach? It's like, were you getting the full fucking tour? Did you get your ticket, like, clipped on every single trip? Like, oh, look, I did the world tour. What do I get? What's my prize, Don? Like, I can't. But yeah, I do want to know who did multiple trips. And I want to see who went the most. That's going to be interesting. I want to know who made the most trips. Because those are the ones I'm like, dude, you better feel like a butterfly that's been pinned to a board and is about to go under a microscope. Because I want you to feel that heat. I want you to be uncomfortable. I want you to sweat. You should all be sweating right now. And I know that whole Hollywood, like the rich people egos, like, oh, they're not going to say my name. They wouldn't dare. Oh, they'll dare. They'll dare because Trump isn't going to get reelected. He doesn't have to run for reelection. So he don't give a fuck. None of you are helping him. You're all against him. He's like, fucking throw him to the wolves. Oh, reap what you sow. And you can't blame him. He's not the one doing it. He's just calling out the degeneracy. He's uncovering the corruption like we voted for. We didn't ask for anything. We demanded it this time. We are owed this. I want it now. Anyway, Shenny. Hi, Shenny. How are you? Oops, I've been busy watching Bewitched. Howdy, everyone. You're funny. Howdy to Wolf from 1776. Ladies, sir, and especially you, T3. Oh, honey. Hello to you. Hello to you. RB Tom H. rekindled bosom buddies on the island. I see. P Digits knows. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. Yeah, there's always been something about him. I don't know. Like I didn't like a lot of his movies. I saw them like bits and pieces, like somebody would have it on TV and I just kind of walk out. I liked Forrest Gump. That was a movie he was in that I liked. But like I think he was in like The Green Mile. Was it The Green Mile that he was in? I didn't I didn't watch that all the way through. I got tired of it. The thing with the soccer ball, I didn't watch. What was that? Castaway or whatever the hell that was, where he was on the island. Big. I watched about 10 minutes of Big. That was it. Sleepless in Seattle. I wasn't interested. I did watch Who's Got Mail or You've Got Mail. You've Got Mail. That was a good one. I didn't watch it for him though. I kind of thought he was a douche through the whole thing. I watched it for Meg Ryan and for Gene Stapleton because Edith. Come on now. Who wasn't going to watch for Edith? I love Edith Bunker. But I don't know, there's always been something about him that tricked me out. I don't know if it was the pasty quality of his skin. I really dig his wife. I always loved his wife. But him, no. No. I never saw the draw. Like, oh, he's a leading man. To who? Like Clark Gable was a leading man. Clint Eastwood, leading man. John Wayne, leading man. Tom Hanks, beta man. Like, I don't see him as a leading man. I never got that alpha vibe off of him. I never got that high masculinity, high testosterone kind of like feel. I look at him and go, nah, soy. Like he must bathe in buttermilk and soy. Like, there's just something always about him. I loved Bosom Buddies, but I watched it for Donna Dixon because, of course, I did. And the fact that she married Dan Aykroyd, that still blows my fucking mind. But they do say Dan Aykroyd is very well hung. So that would explain it. That or she said, this dude is funny. He's going to be really rich one day. I'm going to stay with him because I'm a prize. He would never cheat on me. And she was right. Shit. He would worship her his entire life. YouTube is being an asshole. Of course it is, Heidi. Of course it is. Yesterday, my whole system crashed. So YouTube kicked me out and then everything went black. And I was like, what the fuck? Like the mouse was there. It wouldn't move. It wouldn't do anything. And I was just like, all right, well, so Chrome hates me too. Good to know. Lady said, what? Clutch my pearls. What about Stedman? Is he a beard? I mean, yeah. Don't you think that Stedman is a beard? I mean, come on now. You know it's her and Gail all the way. Gail King. Yeah, Gail is her king. You ain't gonna tell me no different. Nope. Stedman. The first time I saw him, I was like, she picked that? And they're not married? Like, she should be thrilled that somebody wants to marry her. This was way in the beginning because she used to look ratchet. But not that she looks much better now, but now she's uber rich. So P. Diddy said lots of Diddy evidence was burned in the LA fires or could have been the reason for the fire. We don't know. I think a lot of things went up in that fire that we're missing out on. But you know what really bothers me about those fires? The memorabilia that was lost. Because when you think about whose houses went up, think about all their memorabilia from the movies that they made. Like all those collections. They didn't have time to get that stuff. That breaks my heart because I'm a huge memorabilia person. Like I love museums and like if you say, oh, this was what I'm fascinated. Like you got my attention. But I don't think there was a whole lot of the P. Diddy stuff that got burned up. I think, when they did the raids, they pretty much took a lot, or at least all of it. I mean, if they had time to get 1,000 bottles of baby oil, I'm pretty sure they had time to grab the tapes. But I get upset over the loss of the memorabilia. I mean, Mark Hamill's house, as much as I can't stand him, that to me because I know I've seen, like, he's shown pictures of the inside his house and the stuff he's got. Like, all that stuff just burned into a crisp. That breaks my heart because I'm big into nostalgia. So, I mean, those are little bits of history. Like, fine, it's entertainment history, but still, that's stuff that's not gonna, come around again. Like, there was only it was a first lightsaber or first that's just like, I'm like, ugh, like that shit should have been in a vault somewhere, a fireproof vault. They probably had it on display and stuff. Pictures of them like with other celebrities from way back in the day. Like that's all history. Entertainment history, yes, but history. I don't like when things get destroyed. I'm very much on the side of creation. I don't like destruction. Elephant, no warranty for a customer. Done for now. Have a good day. Funny. Y'all see Gene Hackman, his wife and dog were found dead today. Yep, we talked about that. I really do think that's carbon monoxide poisoning. I do. Or a gas leak. That's what I thought the minute I saw that, because there was no need to take the dog out. You just let the dog go. Just open the door. Oh, well, dog ran away. It's New Mexico. Where's it going to go? YouTube is asshole. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, honey. Elephant. I don't know about any place except the island and that brownstone in New York. Oh, no, he had several places. Don't forget, his house in Palm Beach was where most of them went to, like, get vetted, I guess. Like, that's where he had most of his girls, was in Florida. They were local girls. And he went and he had, Maxwell go to, like, the mall and, like, meet them through their parents. Just anybody that caught her eye. But, yeah, Palm Springs was a huge one. It was a huge, like, degenerate ground. It was bad there. If you read the depositions, a lot of shady shit went on there. And he had cameras in, like, every room. And he had computers that, like, recorded everything off the cameras. And they weren't allowed to go near them. So, yeah, he had pictures on the walls, like, of all sorts of different ages and states and positions and shit. So, yeah, Palm was it Palm Beach or Palm Springs? I forget. Palm Beach, yeah. Because Palm Springs is in California. Whichever one's in Florida. And then he had the ski resort where he used to take them. I believe it was Tahoe. Yeah, we talked about that while you were listening to Reed. So who do you think Epstein was working for? CIA, MI5, Mossad, or all three? Probably yes. Yes, because he was an opportunist. How else did he get a teaching position in that school in New York when he didn't have any experience? And he also never showed up to teach it, but yet he got paid for it. Like, I think it wasn't just the CIA or MI5 or Mossad. I think there was probably mafia in there somewhere. I'm thinking just all sorts of, like, these fringe groups or fanatic groups, because they're the ones that I'm a fundamentalist. But then they go do the worst shit on the planet. He was clearly gathering the blackmail evidence for somebody. Yep, and somebody did not appreciate it. Elephant, don't mess with Texas. That's right. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. That was for you, honey. I can't sing today. I barely slept. Like, my voice is shot. RB, I'll go back and listen later when I get a sec. Yeah. I mean, we only covered it a little bit. Do we think Epstein is even dead? I mean, is he in WITSEC? WITSEC is not very good at protection. Trust me. I know a lot of people that went through WITSEC and then they'd pop up and because they just couldn't shut the fuck up. And then it was, oh, look, we found them. Always. They always wound up mort. Like, it was, yeah, WITSEC is not exactly the best on the planet. I mean, I don't really blame the marshals. It's people screw themselves up. I don't, Ellie. He's on his island. I wish he was under his island. Remember the resident tower that fell in Miami? They said Epstein had the penthouse. That is true. That is true. The one that just crumbled the whole front, like, boom. Yeah, I remember that. Um, I don't think he's still alive. I don't. I think they got what they wanted from him. And then he started to give additional information. And somebody said, oh, no, 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 no. Like we said, you give these people up. Because the only reason they were going to arrest him is if he set up the right people. Let's face it. Like our government was not going to lock him up for him saying just anybody did anything. It had to be people they had a vested interest in taking down. Well, they did that, and then he wound up dead. So, all right. So tell me why. Tell me why he died. Tell me why Maxwell is sitting in a freaking prison. Nobody bothers her. She knows everything he knew. Nobody bothers her. Nobody even thinks about her. We didn't even watch the damn trial. Do you remember watching the trial? I don't remember watching the trial. I remember it happened. All of a sudden, she's going to jail. Oh, when did that? She went to trial? Like, what happened? Like, I missed the whole damn thing, and I'm usually on top of that kind of stuff. Arby said there was also no welfare system or USA aid money to take care of people through FEMA back then. People that came had to take care of themselves or their community had to help, not the taxpayer. And that's what I want to go back to. I remember having neighbors who gave a shit. I remember community programs that we did. We had community gardens for all the, like, we used to get the kids involved. Bring the kids. Come on, we'll teach them how to garden. Everybody had a job. And then you all got to enjoy fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, whatever, because everybody put their hard work into it. So nobody took it for granted. Nobody destroyed it. And it brought people together. They set up card tables outside the area where we had the community garden. And the old men would come and they would just, they would play dominoes, they'd play cards, they'd do whatever, but they were together. Like, there was a place where people could go and just have conversations and laugh. We don't do that anymore. Can you name any place where teenagers can go and just hang out? Just hang out and be teenagers. I can't. They can't go to the malls like they used to. I mean, they could walk around the malls, but they're followed by security. They're harassed. They're whatever. And I've seen it. I've seen them, them just like, where am I supposed to go? They're not allowed to just hang out in parks anymore. They can't go down by the piers. There's so many places they can't go. They don't have like diners to go to and just hang out. They don't have ice cream shops. All the ways that they used to meet and hang out are gone. So now what are they supposed to do? Just go over each other's house and look at their phones and play video games and not talk? That's not socializing. That's really not. They're not learning any social skills doing that. I feel bad for them. I really do. Like, I enjoyed having community. I enjoyed the kids walking around doing whatever, because they were respectful. They learned respect because if they acted out, they were outside, we could see them, and you corrected them and they didn't like it. So they changed their shit. When they're in the house, just them, nobody's watching them. It's worse than what Gen X went through. Because there's nothing there for them. We, at least, if we fucked up, we got tough love. They don't even get that. This is the yes generation. Oh, my parents don't tell me no. They should have. Because you need to be here. No, you really, really need to hear it. Lady Awesome said, my dad legally immigrated here from Mexico in the late 50s. He would talk about getting his head shaved and given shots when he crossed. Yep. He called it delousing. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. They checked everything. They got a full physical. And if you were too skinny, if you're whatever, they had like all check marks going, like all boxes that needed to be checked. You were not going into the general population of the nation while you were sick. I mean, how many came over with lice, with smallpox, diphtheria? Like, they had all sorts of tuberculosis. Like, they locked them in quarantine. Did they lock them away and let them die? No, they treated them. Sometimes they changed their names, which wasn't great. But, you're processing how many people a day? You ever look at the Ellis Island, the books? Because I found my great grandfather's signature. I found my great grandmother's signature. I found all of them. Those books are huge. They used to process thousands of people a day. But they got it done and they were thorough. There's no reason why that couldn't happen now. They just open it up and say, oh, go ahead, just come on in. Bring all your bullshit with you. That's great. Go ahead, go take over housing developments. Go take over hotels. Go kill them, great people. Go ahead. Welcome to America. Fuck that. Crockett should go back to stripping. She'd be better as that. Did you see the pictures of her like being all sexy before she became a congressman? Like trying to do the whole like, oh, look at my cleavage kind of thing. I don't know if she was OnlyFans or she just did it just for a dude or whatever. But yeah, she was a thought. It's like whatever. It's like go back to being that. Yes, like Ellis Island. Absolutely. Sorry, Texas doesn't claim Crockett. She's an embarrassment. Good for you, Ellie. I wouldn't claim her either. Patient time. I'm sure I'll be back. All right, Arby. Have a wonderful time. We'll be here. I think. Ellie, I thought she said she wasn't running again, but I'm trying to look and double check. I don't think she can run again. I think she knows she's done. That's why she's just letting everything fly now. Last said, oh no, what have we done? The Pope is sick. Oh my. We were just discussing his unorthodox way of getting there. It is what it is. Curl, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, R.I.P. to Michelle Trachtenberg. I know. I feel bad. That's right. She was on Harriet the Spy. She was really little. Oh my goodness. I suspect her body rejected the recent liver transplant. Yeah, probably. Or a complication with the meds for her to like try to like even out or whatever. Because you know that they like to pump you full of meds after a transplant. So they, oh, pain and healing. Blah, blah, blah. And yeah, no, now I got blood clots and I'm dead. Yeah, I'm happy to give you a virtual hug. Just don't think it's in real life. It's gonna happen. I use cigarette smoke as a people repellent. That's what I said. T-Rex, I was behind, but Bobby Kennedy was saying that the measles outbreak is most likely from the Mennonite missionaries who go to Mexico, get sick, and bring it back to the United States. Probably. Hey, Scott, how are you? I know I'm what? Oh, I'm 20 minutes behind. Got to catch up. How you doing, Scott? Welcome, welcome, welcome. T-Rex, did y'all see the liberal salty tears because Elon spoke first at the cabinet meeting? The liberals are really trying to make Trump hate Elon through some dick swinging contest that isn't there. Listen, he's not going to hate Elon. Elon is carrying out everything he swore he was going to do. Trump promised us. He said, okay, if I do this, I'm going to have Elon Musk do it. And we all said, okay. And he went and did that. Elon's not taking his spotlight in any way, shape, or form. Elon's taking the heat, which I'm sure he appreciates. But the whole, King Elon or whatever, I think it makes Trump laugh. Because he knows it's all bullshit. He knows it's bullshit. He knows who to trust. He's not new. He learned about, duplicitous people his first time around. And then the following 4 years, he learned about just how bad people actually lie against him. So for Elon to be on his side and just always tell him everything, I think that's all he wants from him. Let's face it, he lined up an entire row of highly trained military attack dogs, special in each of their fields. And he took them off the leash and said, go. And I'm here for it. Every day I'm here for it. Every day gets better. Every single thing he signs, I'm like, yes. Yes, more. Give me more. If this man didn't happen this year, I don't know where we'd be. I really don't. I don't even want to think about it. because I was getting really desolate feeling like just looking at where we were headed. I wanted my country back. We talk a lot about Gen X and everything else. You realize that we literally grew up patriotic. Our parents might not have taught us, that, hugs are important or self-esteem, but we knew that taking care of each other was important. Being loyal to your country, not to the government, was important. And that if we chose, we could make a difference. The thing is, we're, pretty much, we're happy to just sit back and go, no, you do it. Like, like if you fuck it up real bad, then we'll come in and fix it. But we were raised very, very patriotic. I don't ever remember not standing for the Pledge of Allegiance or the national anthem, ever. All the years I taught kindergarten, even the other grades that I taught, every morning when they used to say that Pledge of Allegiance, if one of those kids didn't stand, oh, on your feet. This isn't rest time. Let's go. And I want to see that hand over your heart. Like, you better your right hand. Like, I taught my kids in school and my kids at home. No, like that flag, that's not just material. That's everything that the country stands for. That flag is about freedom. It is about doing the right thing. It is about standing up for your fellow countrymen. It's about pride in the place you live while you don't forget where you come from. Because this is one of the only countries that says, you know what, you're American, but you're all these other things too. And that's cool. We want that. We want the extra culture because we didn't have any of our own. So it was like, we're just going to take a little bit from here, a little bit from there. They wanted that. I was encouraged to believe in my country because I grew up believing my country believed in me. I love my country. Is it perfect? No. It's never going to be perfect because it's full of imperfect people. Would I go to war for my country if they made me? I'm not exactly physically, able to do anything. I mean, you want to put me behind a desk and make me brainstorm for the country? I'll do it 24/7. You want my mind for the country? You got it. The body ain't really going to help you much. You need me to type shit all day long? I'll do that. You need me to be on the phone all day long? I'll do that. Do I want to die for my country? No, I don't. Would I? I absolutely would. I absolutely would. I love being an American. I do. I take great pride in it. I take equal pride in being Italian. I wasn't born there. I'm of Italian descent. It's where my traditions come from. It's where all my little quirks come from. But my heart is American. I love the red, white, and blue. I do. And it breaks me when they step on it or they burn it or they talk bad about it. Because it's like, where are you going to go that it's better? And I have a real simple solution for everybody who hates America. Okay, get the fuck out. If you don't like living in your house, what do? You grow up and move the fuck out. Same thing with the country. You don't like it? Move the fuck out and don't come back. Because you need us a lot more than we need you, to be frank. Anyway. But we were a very, very patriotic generation because our parents knew the value of the country. They knew that they had it good because they lived here. Our grandparents knew they had it good because they lived here. They were able to accomplish things here they would not have been able to do in other countries. It's not a bad thing to have pride in your country. And they like to pretend, oh, you Americans, you think you're so patriotic. Yes, we do. Why wouldn't we be? The Polish people in Poland are proud of their country. Most British people, they'll go on and on about their fucking history forever. So they have pride there, even though they're too like upper, stiff upper lip to say it. Italians, proud of Italy. Mussolini, not so much. But Italy, yes. The Vatican, not so much. But Italy, yes. Spanish people, if you say that they're like Hispanic, they'll cut you. I'm from Spain. Like, they are proud of where they're from. Don't misrepresent where they're from. But yet when we say it, it's a bad thing. We have too much hubris. Oh, you think you're so much better. We never said we're better. I mean, we are. but we don't outright say it. I mean, we're not uncouth. Some of us say it. I'll say it. I'll say it all day long. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, no, it's the whole thing with Elon. Like, they're just mad because they're losing jobs. And Elon hasn't fired anybody himself, really. And it's not like other presidents didn't do mass firings. It's just because it's Trump and Elon and Vance and Hegseth and Tulsi and RFK Jr. Because it's these big fucking personalities and egos and, these monumental people. Because these are impressive people. Everybody's got something to say. And it's like, all right. We just got to keep supporting them. We can't let like little trip ups make us turn, because we're good at that. We're good at being, oh, you said, blah, blah, blah. Calm down. Can you give him a chance? It's literally only been 1 month and 7 days that he's been in office. Calm down. You can't, like, Rome was not built in a day. The shit that has been going on for literally the last 100 years cannot be undone in a month. Though he made a fucking dent, let me tell you. But it can't be undone. You got to have a little patience. Give them a chance. They got to jump through hoops too. They're trying to cut down on that, but they still have to jump through hoops. Elephant bosom buddies, big. I mean, those right there are yes, exactly. I said he tweaks me out, man. P Digit. I don't think they'll release all the names. Government will keep some private for leverage purposes over some on the list. Oh, absolutely. And I respect that. I do. Because there are sometimes you gotta, you gotta use another fish to get a bigger fish. Like, just a little bait on a hook ain't gonna work. Like, you have to like catch the smaller fish to catch the next fish and the next one and the next one. Either way, at the end of the day, they're all gonna be eaten alive. So let them eat each other. That's what they do. They destroy each other. Watch how when a couple names come out, there's going to be panic among like the elites, and they're going to start, snitching on each other. I guarantee it. It's what they do. They can't be loyal. They just can't. They don't understand it. It's every man for himself. And if you think they're going to get thrown under the bus, they're like, no. I got a bigger name for you. I got somebody who did way worse than me. Oh, good. Tell me. Okay, but I need immunity for this. Go ahead. And if the prosecutors are smart, they won't charge them with everything all at once. They'll charge them with some of the things, get them to give up somebody bigger, give them immunity on those things, and then hit them with the other things that they kept, quiet. That the other person was like, oh, they don't know about that. Yeah, they do. That's just, they're keeping that one in their back pocket so they can screw you over too, because you deserve it. Like, you're a rat. Snitches get stitches. Just saying. I really didn't like the You've Got Mail, and I started to see a political pattern after that. Yeah. I mean, I liked it because I liked Meg Ryan. And like I said, I got to see Gene Stapleton, and I think that was one of the last things I ever saw Edith Bunker in. And that's why I liked it. The movie itself was, but I mean, I enjoyed seeing Gene Stapleton. I did. Wilson was a beach ball. Okay. All right. Yeah. I didn't watch that movie. Like I said, I didn't see a lot of his movies. The same way I didn't watch any Anne Heche movies because I just didn't like her. I really didn't. I saw she used to play one of the twins, Marley or Victoria, on Another World. Well, she played both of them, and I didn't like her then, and I was like 10 at the time. So I don't. I just never liked her. Oh, there's just something about her. I don't know. There's something. But yeah, I didn't like her. I liked Meg Ryan until she, cheated on Dennis Quaid. I loved her in Inner Space. That's one of my favorite movies ever. Come on, Dennis Quaid, Meg Ryan, and Martin Short. Oh, amazing movie. It's so fucking funny. Ellie said, I think they're probably redacting the victims' names, hopefully, but slowly releasing the rest. I think especially if it'll shock the public. I'm just wondering if they're going to release it today. That's a huge distraction, and it's a huge gimme. Like it's a big gift from them. What am I missing? Looking at that stuff. That's what I'm always thinking that. I'm like, oh, this is super interesting. I couldn't wait to see this, but why'd they do it now? What are they covering up that they don't want me to see? That has nothing to do with this. That's what I worry about. Castaway. I knew that's what you meant, but I couldn't remember the name of the movie, T-Rex. Lady Awesome said, I've watched Tom Hanks since Bosom Buddies. I never had an opinion on him as a person, just an actor. He's a good actor, but he's put out too much and not good enough for me to care. The last, 10 years, I think he's played every kind of role there is, and I can't remember him as anything except the dude that landed the airplane on the Hudson. What was it, Scully? That's the only thing I remember him being in, and I didn't watch it because why would I? I watched it out my window. I literally sat there at the window with Connor watching the plane go down the Hudson River outside my building. It was right there, and you saw all the people on the wing and everything else, and I was just like, oh my God. Like, again, something I never thought in my lifetime I would see, but there it was, just floating down the Hudson. It was weird. The whole story behind the movie Big is pedo. Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. So many of them are. We were talking about that the other day. We were like, Winnie and I were talking about like 80s movies, like My Private Tutor, Summer School, like all things where teachers were screwing their fucking students. Like, really? Okay. And that was okay. We were just like, oh, whatever, because our parents weren't watching those movies. They had no interest in them. We were watching them. And we're like, oh my God, a teacher flirt with us. That's so cool. Da, da, da. Yeah, guess what? I lived that. So not cool. Not cool. You think it's going to be, and then you're traumatized. So yeah, no. Not to mention the family heirlooms of the common folk. Yep. Can you imagine all those baby albums, from Up in Smoke? Literally. All the baby albums, baby mementos, like the bronzed booties just melted. Like, they had all that stuff. Just gone. Just gone. I don't even want to think about the pets that for people that were away. Because, people don't like have to be home all the time. Like, they probably had like dog walkers and stuff. What happened to those poor things? Like, oh, it hurts my heart. Scott said, elephant, yes, it made my skin crawl. I tried talking to my ex about it, and she got so angry I knew my suspicions were right. Really? I thought architecturally it's a shame. Yeah. I do. I enjoy older buildings. Those are kind of, I don't know. I'm not big on the beachfront, like that beachy kind of feel. I guess because I grew up down the shore and it's just kind of like meh. It's everywhere. So it's not special to me. Honestly, if I could have like my perfect house, it would be like a plantation house. Like from Gone with the Wind, like with the big pillars, the columns, and just, big antebellum room and like, just, oh, come on. Like antebellum is the style I love. I do. There needs to be a ceiling fan or two in every room. Like I want the big veranda, like the big porch. I want the upstairs porch that comes off the master bedroom. You open the big double doors and you walk out and have your coffee on your own little patio. Nobody could bother you. The wraparound porches that go all the way around the houses on multiple levels. Big, big windows, high ceilings. That's what I love. I'm trying not to choke, which for me is usually easy. But the heat in here is killing me. Where's my asthma pump? Y'all just gonna have to bear with me for a second, because Lord, they're trying to kill me in here. Oh God. Yeah, I don't do choking. Anyway, unless I say please. I didn't see or read anything from the trials. Oh, from the Ghislaine Maxwell? Yeah, no, I didn't either. I didn't get to see any of it. But I read all the depositions from before, but then it got to her trial and it was just like, what do you mean it happened? That surprised the shit out of me. People signed over homes to Epstein. Still nobody has revealed what he actually did to acquire all the money and properties. And that's the thing. Like, again, I go back to, what was it? The New School was where he taught. Now that's supposed to be a very high-end school. Is that the one that he taught at? And he got hired by the fucking dude for nothing. Like, he literally knew nothing about the subject. And yeah, God, they're throwing millions and millions and millions of dollars at him for investments. Why? He was like a 24-year-old kid. What the hell did he know? And what did he do with it? Like, where are all those tax records for all these people with their investments? I want to know what money he invested in where. How he made them all that money that they trusted him with everything. Like, I'm very much of the belief if you follow the money, you will uncover all the truths. Money don't lie. And there's only so many ways you could try to hide it. Eventually, somebody will come along and go, oh, I see a pattern here. And they figure your stuff out. Now, whether you could be prosecuted or not, that depends on, how good you were at skirting the laws. But for the most part, you follow the money and you find out who they're hanging out with, who they, want to be like, who they're in business with, who they're in bed with. Money reveals everything. Ellie said, I think Maxwell is being protected as long as she keeps her mouth closed. Yeah, well, she needed to keep a lot of things closed. That's what got her in trouble to begin with. But her father was no saint either. Wasn't he like heavily into Mossad or whatever? I forget what her father was into. There's so many like ridiculous cases that have gone on in the last 5 years. Sometimes my brain scrambles them together and mixes them. So just pardon me if I get something wrong. I'm fully willing to admit if I'm wrong, but I try to keep it straight in my head. Epstein serves no purpose alive. He's too great of a liability alive. Too many 3-letter agencies would be exposed. He's dead. I agree that he's dead. And I agree that he's dead because I don't think that they cared enough to hide him at WITSEC. I really don't. Where would they put him, even with plastic surgery, that he wouldn't be recognized? I mean, really. He became the most well-known face on the planet other than Trump. Everybody knows what Jeffrey Epstein looked like. So even unless they gave him a completely new face, just changing his nose or his eyes or whatever a little bit wasn't going to cut it. Hiding him in the desert wasn't going to cut it. Putting him in the mountains of, putting him in Montana or whatever, that wasn't going to cut it. There's too much technology scouring the globe and taking pictures of every single freaking person 100 times a day for him to have been successful in WITSEC. There's no way. And I don't think they wanted to put the resources towards him either. Like, it was just cheaper for them and easier if he just, was mort. T-Rex. I can. My town still has the skate park and the basketball hoops and the soccer fields at Victory Park. It was awesome hanging out at the skate park all day, every day during the summer. Love it. Okay, do you do that now? I'm not talking about 10 years ago. I'm not even talking about 5 years ago. Since la pandemic, is it the same? Can you honestly say it's the exact same as it was? That these kids have a freedom that they had before? Because now you got all the Karens walking around with their cell phones out ready to take pictures of everything and call the cops and for no goddamn reason. Because they're bored. Like, go home and clean. Turn off the Roomba and you vacuum. And let's see if maybe that satisfies your curiosity for the day. Maybe it'll make you less bitchy. Not you, I'm talking about Karens. I'm glad to say that going to the skate park, there are still kids hanging out there the moment spring hits and the Tampa are dry. The ramps are dry. Boy, I was gonna say, have you ever been to Tampa? It ain't dry. Oof. Talk about humid. Oh, Florida is just. I'm sorry. Florida is just the definition of moist. Maybe that's why I don't like that word, because I don't really like Florida. I don't begrudge anybody who lives there. It's not for me. Andrea, hi, honey. How are you? How's Aussie land? We were just saying that obviously the earth is not flat. We said this a little while back. The earth cannot be flat, because if it was, then cats would, go up to Australia and boop right off the edge. That was my theory. But I think you'll agree, if the earth was flat, cats would definitely push Australia off the edge. I mean, it's the easiest one to move. And then they'd go across the ocean and go to Hawaii and go boop, 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 all gone. But there's no way that Australia would stay, not with cats in the world. Trump dealt with duplicitous people years ago in business and politics. His first term, they overwhelmed him. They sure did. That man has so many stab marks in his back. Terrible. He's worse than the bitch that got stabbed 22 times in the back and they said she killed herself. Like, they all did it and they did the same thing to him. They all stabbed him in the back and then it's his fault. How is it his fault? How is he guilty of all these things that you're charging him with when y'all were the ones that did it? He didn't even know. That's a hell of a thing. That is a hell of a thing. You get charged with something and you're like, but I wasn't even there. Like, I had no hand in this. There's like, now they turn around and they're like, oh, well, Elon got, $400 million contract. Yeah, he didn't get that under Trump. Bitch, do your research. He got that from Biden. He got it from Biden during that administration. Trump had shit all to do with it. Because knowing Trump, he would have been like, yeah, sure, we could do it. But $400 million, that's too much. I'll give you $200 million. And you got to give me extra. Like, that's just how he works. And they're like, oh, he can't make these. Dude, he literally. Who said it? It was a soundbite the other day. The person was so stupid. They were like, what experience does he have going out there and making international deals for us? Who does he think he is? He's the dude that wrote the book Art of the Deal. That explained it for you. That one sentence should shut you right the hell up. But no, time to put my fingers in my ears and go, la, 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 la. I don't speak your language. That's some shit I do when I don't want to talk to people. When I'm just like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't speak your language. I don't want to get into it. That's what they do. If you disagree with them or you prove them wrong, right away they go deaf, dumb, and blind. Well, I mean, technically they were already dumb, but not this time. So many reasons why we had to wait 4 years for Trump's second term. I absolutely agree. Scott. I sat with when we were talking before the election, we were talking about how, if only this was 4 years ago. And I was the one that said to him, I said, do you realize God knows what he's doing? We would have never appreciated what he brought to the table 4 years ago. He would have still had all those people messing with him that messed with him for those 4 years, stabbing him in the back. They would have still been there because he wouldn't have had time to step away and learn. And we would not have been pushed to the point where we're like, oh no, you just went way too far. The other side went way too far. Okay, you're coming after our kids, you're coming after our livelihoods, you're coming after our liberties, you're coming after our happiness. Okay, now we're going to push back. And he was already aggravated enough and he was motivated enough that he was like, they made me into a chump my first time around. Fuck this. It's time to get my respect back. And that's the thing. He's not just getting the respect back for himself, he's getting it back for us. We need to be feared by other countries. Because you know what happens when other countries stop fearing us? They start trying to infiltrate us and take over. Because wouldn't they like this big chunk of real estate? Yes, they would. Yes, they would. Because they know it's a powerhouse. They know what it's capable of. So they chipped away at it until they took all our teeth out and clipped all our nails and made us into little, little bunny foo-foos. We're not bunnies. We're lions. Tigers, bears. Oh my. Like, we're all the things. Like, you want to poke us? Go ahead. You should have let a sleeping dragon lie. Should have left it alone. Because as long as we were doing our own shit, everybody was happy and the world was just da 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 da. Then y'all went and started taking advantage. And we watched, helpless, for 4 years. And at the end of the 4 years, we got tagged into the game and it was a whole new game. New rules, new players. And we've been sitting on the bench for 4 years, resting and getting pissed. Fuck around and find out. Well, it's the finding out part. Go cry more. Cry more. I don't care. But I absolutely agree, Scott. We would not have had the advantage that we have now. We would not have the momentum and the motivation. We would not have had the belief and the return to patriotism, the return to community, the return to standing up for one another. It's not about exclusion. We include everybody. Just don't be mentally fucking ill and tell me that you're fine. Don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. Like, because that's what you're doing. Well, playtime's over. It's our turn. So I absolutely agree. I think it was the absolute best thing, not just for him, but for us, because we really needed to be pushed to that breaking point to get out of our complacency. Because we were fine just stagnating where we were, just letting everything pass us by. Little quirks? Yeah, little. I mean, I have little quirks. Shut up, Snipperoonie. We all have little quirks. Wolfram said they're mad because the money spigots were turned off. Yep, they sure were. They sure were. All these people, I love my government job. You haven't been there in 4 years? I work from home. 2 hours a day? So you're getting paid top dollar to work 2 hours a day on a computer at home in your jammies doing whatever the fuck you want to do. But yet when I have to, get Social Security for disability because you fucked me over with your jab, you can live off this teeny tiny amount. Oh, you used to make this at your job and now because of us, you can't do that. But we're not going to be, we're not going to compensate you on an equal level. No, we're going to give you 1/10 of what you fucking made. Here you go. Live off that. Mind you, inflation is going up and we're going to raise your rent 4% every year, whether you like it or not. Oh, okay. Sure. Thanks. So, and I don't qualify for any kind of assistance. No, you can't have that. No. Oh, but look at all these illegals. Let's give them billions upon billions upon billions to live here and live off of us and contribute absolutely fucking nothing but crime and devastation. It's awesome. Sure. No, that shit had to end. Somebody said they wanted a rant, and I'm pretty sure today they got their fill. When in Germany, a lot of them thought Americans were arrogant arses. You made me say it, bitch. When they found out that we came from Alaska, we were treated better. Why did they consider you Canadian? But that was after the wall fell. I can only imagine now. Yeah. I mean, Germany, I don't everybody that I know that was in the military spent time in Germany and they loved it. They got a great reception from all the German, soldiers that they met, all the German people that they met. They didn't come back having one bad thing to say except it was too fucking cold. That was the only thing they said. It's too goddamn cold. It's cold 11 months out of the year. I was like, oh damn. But I mean, that was just their impression. But they loved it. But I do think Europe kind of looks at us and goes, Americans. Like, you put your nose down at us, you look down on us, but whenever y'all need help, is what? 1-800 dial an American retard, because then we come and help you. Like, we are number one on your speed dial for when shit hits the fan. But otherwise, oh, no, not Americans. Oh, don't eat American food. Don't watch American movies. Like, if you don't watch American movies, all you're doing is watching people go from room to room and not say anything to one another. That's every British movie ever made. Just walk into a room, look at somebody, and go, oh, and then turn around and walk back out. I told him. Did you? I said it with my eyes. Like, just a whole lot of suspense. You can't like get excited over those movies. Now their comedy is great, but you got to understand British comedy. And a lot of people don't. T-Rex. That movie about the miracle in the Hudson wasn't a good movie, but unrealistic. The NTSB is not out to blame people for crashes. It's to figure out why they happen and put out bulletins to prevent it. It was a good movie? Oh, it was a good movie. Yeah, see, I have no desire to see that shit. I really don't. I already live real life. I don't want to watch movies like that. Like I said, they couldn't possibly have done a movie better than me sitting there during the entire thing live. I wasn't watching it on TV. I was watching it from the window. They couldn't top that. There was no excitement that was going to top that. Scott said many German people are descendants of Viking heritage. Apparently, so are a lot of Italian people. Because apparently my DNA is Finnish Vikings. Like, okay. Like, I didn't know that, but that explains like the light skin. Like, it really does. Nobody else in my family has that. They're all olive and Greeky looking. Ellie said, I'm on the phone. Kids have music appreciation class today. Today is they're learning about jazz. Woohoo! All right. That's a lot of trumpet and trombone playing, I would assume. Piano. That's got to be awesome. David from MLS calls me Lady Antebellum. Aw. Love that group. The good songs. That's cute. Large porches with the porch swing. You have to have the porch swing. The airing porch room on the second floor for all your built-ins. Absolutely love that craftsmanship. Yep, I love all that stuff. All that stuff. I mean, Gone with the Wind is by far my all-time favorite movie. It really is. Like, I've always, since I'm little. And I was a little disappointed when I watched it because I read the book first. I was like, I don't know, maybe like 7 or 8 when I read the book. It was in my grandmother's spare room, and I was bored. I had German measles. And so I read like every book that was upstairs because I wasn't allowed to go downstairs. So I read The Godfather. I read Gone with the Wind. There was another one I read. I can't remember what the hell was it. Oh, To Kill a Mockingbird. I read that. I read that was when I read The Catcher in the Rye. And there was one of Hemingway's things. Was it The Old Man in the Sea? Was that? It might have been that one that I read. But yeah, because I was stuck up there for 9 days, so I just plowed through all those damn books because we didn't have cable. We had a black and white TV, and it was in my uncle's room, and he was like, "You're not getting it," and so I didn't get it. So I had books. That was it. I wasn't allowed out of that little extra room because German measles. But yeah, I remember that, and I saw the movie and I fell in love with the scenery. And then the first time like we drove down south, Daddy made sure to take me to see like some of the antebellum houses and stuff like that in Tennessee and Georgia. Um, where else? In Virginia. Like, just, I loved them. I loved them. And I was like, I'm never going to have one of those. I'm never going to have one, but I'll visit. I'll visit. Maxwell was a federal case, so no cameras in the court. All they did was say all the things she did to the girls and not who she was providing them for. Of course not, because why be thorough? Iris. Chad Prathner was doing a deep dive on all the Epstein stuff years ago. Everybody had pretty much dropped it. No one will ever face the music for anything that happened on that island outside the two. Outside the two, what? Was that the end of your sentence? Outside the two. Okay. Oh, you mean Epstein and Jazane? I don't know. Even if they don't get charged, like statute of limitations runs out or whatever, you got to imagine they're going to get fried in the court of public opinion. And as we learned in the last 5 years, that means more than anything at this point. Because if the law is not going to get them, the people will. And we have gotten very brazen in flexing our power to, make somebody pay for something or not. So hopefully that if they don't go to jail, hopefully they just lose everything they ever had. Good Logic went to court and reported on it. I remember that. That's the only reason I know that it went to trial, because he said it, and I was like, wait a minute, why is Joe covered? It's done? I didn't even know it started. Like, what the hell? But yeah, he did cover it. I remember that. They had to go in and give updates later. So crazy. The whole thing is crazy. Hey, Suzanne, how you doing? Look at that. I'm only 9 minutes behind. Holy shit. Is it snowing outside? Is there like a tornado? Are there aliens? Oh, that's another thing. This chick that I told you that I'm going to do the deep dive on just video on demand, like not on here. She thinks that Jesus was an alien because Mary was a virgin. And she said, since she gave birth to Jesus as a virgin, to me, that sounds like artificial insemination. That means aliens. I don't know how she made those leaps of non-logic, but she did, and it kind of broke my brain early this morning, and then I couldn't sleep at all. Because I was like, she really thinks that Jesus was an alien? Like, God made the universe. God is the universe. Jesus is God. Jesus is the universe. Anybody who knows any kind of like sequential logic, like if this is true, this is true. If that is true, that is true. If those things are both true, then they come to this. So like, okay, even if she can make a Venn diagram, make one with Jesus, one with God, and where they intersect, here you go. And what's in here? It's where they're alike. It's where they're joined. It's where they're the same. And what is comprised of both of them? Universe. They are both the universe. They not only created it, they are in every bit of the universe. So how would he be an alien if the whole universe is from him? So like, I don't like, these are people who think teeny tiny and go, oh, look, I had a little brain spark and now it's a good idea. Like, no, how about follow it through? Like, think bigger or get granular. Go either way, but don't sit in the middle and twiddle your thumbs with one foot up your ass and be like, oh, I know what I'm talking about. No, you fucking don't. Oh yeah, I'm in rare form today. Sorry, guys. Actually, I'm not. I'm not sorry. I mean, it's what you're here for. Scott said during those 10 years, the opposition exposed themselves to the American people. They sure did. They sure did. I woke up. I didn't think that was possible. I just thought everything I knew was the truth. And I knew it all because I'm super smart and I've been around for so long and I'm very observant Turns out I didn't know shit. I knew a lot. None of it was right. None of it was true. But I knew the lies that they told me very well. To me, that was truth. It took like a lot for me to finally give up the ghost and be like, what are you people doing? Like, I mean, I've been one of you my whole life, but this is not what I grew up believing in. These were not the principles or values that I was told your entire party fucking had. Like, it's just not happening. And it took me forever. I held on. I get it. I get when they're like, no, 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 no. I do. I get that desperation to please don't let me have been wrong my entire life. It's not even the whole I don't want to look embarrassed. It's I can't deal in my own head thinking that I have had this belief system my entire life and I was so wrong. Because when you see the other side of it and you see all the lies pulled back and you see the truth, you look at it and you go, oh, holy shit, that makes sense. Like all of a sudden it's, oh, wow, that's actually really clear. That makes a lot. That's like logical. Why didn't I think that before? Because before, everything I did and everything I was told was based on emotion, manipulating my emotional health, manipulating my belief in myself. Because if I didn't go along with them, there was something wrong with me. That's what they tell you. They convince you of it. The wrong think means you're fundamentally made wrong. There's something wrong with you, not just in your head. You are fundamentally flawed. And you need to like reevaluate your entire life and get with the program. Like, or you're not going to have any family, any friends, because they're not going to want to have anything to do with you. Because that's how it is on that side. I spent 47 years on that side. To just wake up one day and go, holy shit, everything looks different. Everything looks different. My understanding of everything is different. Now I have to start all over. And I still get to things where I'll be talking about something and I still slide into that old mindset. And then I have to stop myself and go, oh, wait a minute. No, I was wrong about that too. God damn it. And it's frustrating because I spent my whole life thinking I'm learning things the right way. And then I was just learning and committing to memory lies. Just lies and falsehoods and false narratives and just being manipulated. I'm worried about a dude coming into my life and manipulate me. Meanwhile, my own government is like, oh, here, let's play with her a little bit more. Like, just keep her on the strings. Come on, here we go, Geppetto. Like, just playing Geppetto to my Pinocchio. Like, here you go. That's a hard pill to swallow. I get that they cling to it desperately because it's literally having your entire world demolished around you brick by brick. And then you're just stuck in rubble and you're like, what do I do now? I got lucky. I found people who knew things I didn't, who knew truths I didn't, and knew enough to take the time and break it down for me so that I could say, okay, all right, okay, yeah, all right, I get that now. All right, okay, yeah, I see where the manipulation was before. I see where the subterfuge was. I see where the, subversive tactics came in. I see where they're using emotion and guilt to get me to believe something that they have no proof of. Like, we were watching something one day and it was about like some illegal thing, like some immigrant. And I felt bad. And when he was like, why do you feel bad? He was like, think about it. Why do you feel bad right now? It was like, think, like really don't feel it. Like, think about it. And I said, oh my God. I said, I'm against what they did. But I'm like, oh, but I feel bad. Why do I feel bad when they made a conscious decision to do what they did, knowing it was wrong, knowing it was illegal, knowing they could get in trouble for it? And then when they get caught, I'm supposed to have mercy? Why? Did they have mercy when they were carrying out their illegal deeds? No. Be the better person. Fuck that. I want to be a good person. I don't have to be the better person. Being the better person is not self-sacrificing all the time. Sacrificing my principles doesn't make me a better person. Sacrificing the welfare of my family doesn't make me a better person. Sacrificing the welfare and the health and the camaraderie of my community does not make me a better person. But you're trying to tell me that in order for me to be a better person, I have to let this person get away with whatever the hell they want and fuck everybody else. Like nobody else matters. Why do they matter more than everybody else? Why is a stranger supposed to matter more to me than the people in my town, in my school, in my church, in my state, in my country? Why wouldn't I give them the priority? Because that's where my loyalty should be. My loyalty should not be to however you manipulate my feelings. My loyalty should be to the truth, to what's right, and to people who are just like me. And the fact that they live here and all they want is to be happy. That's all we really want. People want to be happy. They want to be healthy. They want to be taken care of. They want to take care of other people. These are not the biggest lofty ideas. These should not be unattainable goals. They should be byproducts of us living the right life. And they didn't want us to do that. And it took me forever to see that, yeah, you're making me more unhappy. You're medicating me beyond belief. You're destroying my body. You're destroying my dreams. Everything I grew up thinking I could achieve, I can't achieve because you're in my way. And you're doing it on purpose. And you're doing the best you can to push me back down the hill. It took me years to accept that because it's the worst type of betrayal. So I get that some of them really fight, even though they know you could see it on their faces. They are defending what they're defending and they know they're full of shit, but they just can't let it go because they don't know what's on the other side. It's better the devil you know than the devil you don't. It's heartbreaking. It is. Suzanne, my favorite Kanuki. Hey, Canada does the same thing. T3 immigrants get everything. We get nothing. I believe it. I believe it. Listen, watching Canada is dying killed me. To see your drug epidemic over there, oh my God. And the fact that your government's like, here's more drugs, here's more drugs, here's more drugs. Oh, don't get off the drugs. Here's more drugs. Go be catatonic on the street corner. Scared the shit out of everybody else that lives there. It's your right as an adult. Go out, go do what you want to do. Find your happiness. You don't find your happiness at the, cost of everybody else. It's not how it goes. Heidi said, hey, I say arses, by the way. But now you said it. No, I'll remember. You arse. You're a bunch of arses. Yeah. That seems to be what the plans were all about. Yep. Same plan in almost every other country in the world. Yeah. Heidi, I like Brit humor for the most part. Dry as fuck. I know. Dry as the day is long. I do like British humor because it's clever. I tend to go toward punny stuff. I like the hidden jokes. Like if somebody says something and there's like a really well-placed, subtle, hidden joke in there, I'll be floored because I'm like, bah! And everybody's looking like that wasn't funny. Oh, it was so funny. You just don't get it. Like you just, and it wouldn't be funny if I had to explain it to you, but I fucking enjoyed it. The Vikings went through their period of going out and greeting people. Oh yeah, Wolfram. It turns out that like the section of Italy where my family is from was completely overrun by Vikings right before Rome took over, like right before the Roman Empire took it over. And again, like Italy, like my whole country wasn't really a country like going way back. The Vatican is what made Italy, Italy. And the Vatican used to move around. Like wherever the Pope freaking went, the Vatican went with him. Because it wasn't called the Vatican, it was the papacy. It was the papacy. Just a bunch of freaking men in robes. Oh, how you doing? Hey, little kid, come over here. The Godfather, 7 to 9 years old. 7 to 9 years old. Yeah. Oh, believe me, the whole scene in there about the horse head, it's way worse in the book than it is in the movie. Way worse. Like the descriptions in The Godfather are they're vomit inducing at sometimes. And the same thing with Gone with the Wind. Like there's whole storylines in there that never happened in the movie. Like they don't talk about, like her son, nothing. Like they just skip over whole big bunches of the book. It's just like, all right, now I know why you had such a hard time producing the damn thing. I love British humor. Blame Monty Python and the Flying Circus. See, for me, it's Blackadder. I love Blackadder. I think it's hilarious. And the same thing with Fry and Laurie. I thought they were phenomenal together. They always make me laugh. Hugh Laurie on his own doesn't make me laugh. Stephen Fry on his own doesn't really make me laugh too much. I mean, a little bit, but not too much. But you put those suckers together, oh my God, it's like Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Like, but British, like quieter, more subdued, but just as funny. And it was fantastic. I love Blackadder. I do. I love Blackadder. The thing is, like, if you watch British movies, it's the same, like, 40 actors in every movie. Do they not have good actors over there? Occasionally, they'll, like, ship a couple in from Scotland and Ireland. But, no, for the most part, it's the same group of people. I mean, when Maggie Smith and her ilk die, like, that's it. That's it for British TV. Like, they ain't got shit. They lost Alan Rickman. Maggie Smith. It's like, oh, come on. Like, what is that? Michael Gambon, all of them. Ian McClellan, like, once they're gone, it's like the Brits are like, oh, that's it. No more movies for us. Everybody close down the London thing. Close down the studios. We got nobody left. Although their meet and greet was hostile, Vikings would learn from that culture and stole the ruling class and moved to the next place. Yeah, that's what they did. Mm-hmm. I mean, to call their meet and greets hostile, that's gentle, Scott. That's very gentle. Jesus was an alien. That's what she said. Sir Frank Otter. Jesus was an alien. I can see where she's coming from on that, but still out there. Must watch a lot of History Channel. I guarantee she loves that dude with the wild hair. What the hell is his name? I don't know. I can never remember their names. You know what shocked me on the History Channel? The day I turned it on and I was like, oh my God, that's an ugly woman. And I realized it was just the ugly dude from like 2 years before on like Ancient Aliens and shit. That I was like, that chick is ugly. Oh my God. She's got a huge nose. She got a big freaking double chin, like it's a goiter kind of a thing. Her hair is so stringy, and who gets a perm? Like, I mean, the hair was permed. It wasn't even like a body wave. It wasn't teased. It was literally like a perm, and somebody put a lot of mousse in it. And I was like, that is a bitch who don't know how to do her hair. Like, which, dude, then it made sense. I was like, but God, that bitch looks familiar. Who is it? Why do I've seen that face before? And I was like, you know what? Let me go look up. I was like, I remember. And then I looked her up and it was like, oh, she used to be a dude. That's where I knew her from. And sure enough, it was just an ugly man in a dress with bad makeup. You go through all that transitioning and all the surgeries. Why don't these dudes ever get like lip filler? That's a dead giveaway, bro. They're going to these plastic surgeons to be feminized. Yeah, okay, they're chiseling away at your cheekbones and your jawbone and whatever. Get lip filler because when you have no lips, that screams dude or lesbian. But no lips every time screams. Don't be offended if you have thin lips. I apologize, but for 90% of it, it's true. Like thin lips tell me you're a dude. Square jawline tells me you're a dude. Big earlobes that hang down, but you don't have earrings in them, you're a dude. No matter how you do your eyebrows, you're still going to have caveman brow. Dude. Hairline. Dude. Nose. Dude. And they're like, you can't tell. I can tell. Okay. I can tell. Let's not. Because if you went around learning like who was a lesbian and who wasn't when they weren't going to say it, I could figure out who's a tranny. Okay. It's called power of observation. And the hands always give it away. Hands, elbows, shoulders. Because they're just not made the same. They have a whole different structure. We're all made that. No, we're not. They're like, oh, everybody's got chromosomes that change. No, there's XX and XY. That's it. That's it. If you have extra, you know what that makes you? Special ed. That's what that makes you. Not in a bad way. But if you have extra chromosomes, you most likely have Down syndrome, which means, it's got nothing to do with your gender. Nothing at all. I worked with so many Down syndrome kids, and they always talk about the extra chromosomes. I don't see how transgenders are coming out and going, yeah, extra chromosomes. That has fuck all to do with it. The genes in the chromosomes are still one or the other. That's it. Well, are there going to be anomalies? Yes. Are they going to be like 1 in 3 people? No. 1 in 3 million? Maybe. But these people the mental illness, they don't see it. And I get it. When you're mentally ill, you think you're normal. Where are all the people that tell them, hey, crazy, we need to go to, get you evaluated because there's a problem. I know you don't see it. I see it. Everybody else sees it. And now we're going to make you see it. Like, don't enable them. But I'm being supportive. No, you're being a little candy code dependent and letting them get away with whatever they think because you don't want to hurt their feelings. I don't want to lose them. Well, if somebody leaves you over something like that, they were never yours to begin with. So just let it happen. God, bring back natural selection. Christ almighty. Like, we need a survival of the fittest for a while because, Lord. Jesus was, okay, I did that one. Snark. Sir Frank Otter, mine were waiting for God. Elderly couple in a retirement village. Are you being served? Keeping up appearances. There you go. Those were good shows. Yeah, my I grew up on Benny Hill. Who doesn't know who Benny Hill is? Because if you don't know who Benny Hill is, you're too young to be in here. Just saying. That was, you want to talk about degenerate TV. And my grandmother sat there and watched it with me, and she would just, that man, and just shake her head. But meanwhile, I'm 5, 6, 7 years old, sitting there watching Benny Hill, going, "This is cool." Like, it was funny. The thing that bothers me the most is the hypocrisy. I think it's the graping and the drugging. Great Norm Macdonald, Bill Cosby said, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's always the self-righteous ones that preach, being great parents and great this, that they have the megaphone up like, I'm the epitome of parentage. They're the ones that fuck up. They just figure they're being covered. History Channel added, yeah, I got it. She must have been a History Channel buff. When I was in Catholic elementary school, I would bug the teachers with that, what if the Bible was depicting aliens? Someone gets sucked up into space or heaven, but I was like in 2nd or 3rd grade. juvenile thinking. But it's not far out for thinking. I mean, if you believe that God is capable of anything and that God created every single thing in the entire universe, not just our galaxy or this planet, like, then aliens are part of God. They're just another species that's out there somewhere. You know, would we know about them? Not unless he wants us to. I mean, yeah, we know what's in the Bible, and what's in the Bible is what God chose for us to know. There might have been things back then that God was like, no, they can't deal with that. Like, I'm just gonna, we'll wait a couple, millennia to let that cat out of the bag because these guys are way too superstitious. And no. Because I mean, imagine if like God had said, all right, I'm gonna send the people from outer space or from another planet. The people back then would have seen them as deities. They would have worshipped them. And then that would have lost, God would have lost that worship. He would have lost that praise and that love because they would have had a new toy to look at. So yeah, maybe they couldn't deal with it back then. Maybe we never will be able to. Maybe it's God's plan to keep everybody separate. That's why it's not in the Bible. Because you don't need to know, because we don't need to spark your curiosity. Maybe that's something that Adam and Eve learned when they ate the apple. And God was like, oh, see, you weren't supposed to know about all that. Like, I mean, they ate from the tree of good and evil, whatever. But if they eat from the tree of knowledge and it tells them everything and they're suddenly aware of things, there's a possibility they would be led in on plans God didn't want them to know. That's a sin, trying to find out the things God don't want you to know. Like, if he wanted you to know, he would have told you. If he doesn't think you're ready, well, then you're not ready. Because to him, we're all children. We're gone in the blink of an eye. He's eternal. So for us, he's like, oh, I'll be delicate with them. I really do think that God picks and chooses what we need to know because he knows what we're capable of dealing with. But so maybe not such a juvenile thinking. Maybe you were thinking outside the box even then. I don't know. It is, I call that my Scooby moments. I was silly enough to not know that Shaggy was a stoner. I didn't know it either. Don't feel bad. I didn't know it. Even with the talking dog at his side and the munchies. Don't forget the munchies. He was always hungry. And he was always, hey, Scoop. Hey. Like everything was, oh my God, zoinks. Oh my God. He was paranoid all the fucking time. Like, I never picked up on the fact that he was stoned. Never. I know. But I didn't. It wasn't until I was like way older that I was like, oh, it all makes so much sense now. Like, it makes so much sense now. I get it. Yeah, so don't feel bad. I'm still choking on it at times. Black-pilled people all around me. It's scary when they start talking government manipulation and indoctrination. Yeah. Because, I mean, you imagine I'm with winning. So, like, I don't get a kindergarten version of anything. No. He tried that. And I just asked the wrong questions and I wasn't getting it. And he was just like, fuck it. And he went full PhD doctorate level, like, no, bitch, you're gonna learn. And I was like, it was a lot. And sometimes even now when he talks, I'm sitting there going, okay. All right. He's like, you get it? No. And it kills me. To get it wrong. And sometimes I think I get it. And he's like, all right, tell me. And I'll repeat it. And he's like, no. I'm like, what do you mean? No, I understand. No, you get in there, but you're not there. And I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch. It makes me so mad to not be right. Like, if I'm not getting it, it frustrates me to no end because I'm not a stupid person. I should get this shit. But the fact of the matter is, in 2 years, he has had to overwrite all that programming from before. Because even though I had already said, okay, all this is bullshit. I had nothing to replace it with, and I had no reason why I suddenly decided that it was bullshit. I couldn't explain it, so I couldn't defend my stance. So he had to come in and go, no, all right. Like that was the first take me by the hand moment. It was all right, you little retard, sit down. And I'm going to start real simple, and then we're going to get real big, and then we'll shrink it down as you understand or don't. And that's how he had to do it. I had to teach him how to teach me, and he had to, want to teach me that way. But I mean, he does it his way and he does it my way, and he kind of meets in the middle and it works. But there's still so much, like, things go on and he's like, if I don't catch it, I can feel him shaking his head like, she should have caught that. Like, I can feel the disappointment. It's like, no, I'll get it. I swear I will. I'll get it. But yeah, I had no idea. And it was scary. Sometimes, like, when he and I would watch documentaries, I'd be sitting there going, I didn't know any of this. How did I miss all of it? Went on literally right under my nose. Half the shit that went wrong in this country happened in Jersey, like in Hudson County. I should have seen it, but nope. And so getting me to be like, all right, admit this. I don't want to. Like, I know I'm wrong, but I don't want to be wrong. Like, I've believed this for my whole life. In order for me to give those up, he had to come along and literally replace every single thing that I thought I knew. And to top it off, because I was clinging to them so hard, he had to absolutely prove every single one of those things. I wasn't just going to take it at face value and go, oh yeah, that makes sense, because it didn't. I mean, it did, but I needed the proof in order to believe it. Didn't matter if it made sense or not. It was going against everything I thought was true. So yeah, he had quite the quite the job cut out for him. Scott said it's like hearing the devil argue his evil deeds, and only because of his nature. Yep. Never listen to the liars, blame everything but their choices. Mm-hmm. I understood. Are only because I got it. I understood that. But yeah, no. People were like, oh, well, it's my nature. Like the thing with the scorpion and the what was it? The scorpion and the, what did he go across on? Was it on a duck or something? Like a bird? What? Something picked up the scorpion from one end of the bank and like took it across the river to the other side, and then the scorpion killed it. And it's because it's in my nature. Like, yeah, but that doesn't excuse it. Should we have seen it coming and been prepared? Yes. But should you have just given into your nature just because it was easier? No. You absolutely shouldn't. And I do believe in nurture over nature. I don't think that you are predisposed to do anything that's set in stone from birth. I think it's how you're raised. The stimuli, the environment, the choices other people make. That makes you who you are. That makes you choose to act certain ways. I don't think nature is responsible for it. I really don't. I think you can change nature. Hey, Suzanne, I must have been messing with my twins when you popped in the chat. That was from Lass. So she's saying hi. Yep, that's my mom, Nano, and I to tea with humor. There you go. British humor. I love it. Books are usually better than the movies. I wouldn't say they were better. They were a lot more graphic, though. I mean, I love those movies, but those books were graphic, like really graphic. Anne of Green Gables, I enjoyed the TV show with Megan Follows a lot more than I did the books. I liked the books, but I enjoyed the television show better. I wanted to be her. Man, she got into trouble all the fucking time. Blackadder, I forgot about that one. Yep. Oh my God, Keeping Up Appearances show is so funny. I love this. Yeah, my grandmother used to love that. She used to watch that all the time. T3, I really want Winning Reality to find all the gold in Fort Knox. Me too. So me too. I want them to find it too and keep it. Good luck finding it. Even the library here doesn't have it on the shelves anymore. Oh no. You know that the gold isn't there anymore and hasn't been for a very long time. I want Elon and Trump to find it. Can you imagine? God. I watch it online. Awesome. Giorgio Tsoukalos is the hair guy from Ancient. Oh, okay, that's right. There's the crazy hair dude. Very good. Thank you, Les. I knew his name. I couldn't remember it though. It's one of those names you only know it when you see it. And I still can't pronounce it. I think that's why I choose not to remember it. Bucket. No, it's pronounced bouquet. Mm-hmm. Yep. Like that fucking kid. My name isn't sincere. It's sincere. I bet your name is sincere. It's spelled sincere. You were born in Hoboken. Your mother was born in Hoboken. Your grandfather and your grandmother were born in Hoboken. You are not freaking French. My name is sincere. Like, no, you're sincere. Shut up. It's always going to bother me. Eyebrows have cuts in them. And then curved nose from being broken started to go bald, 100% male. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know many women who would walk around with like those scars or whatever. Most of them try to get them fixed. But we don't get punched in the mouth a whole bunch. Like there's, of course, rare things. But I've been punched in the mouth a whole bunch. I still don't have scars from it. Split lip? No. I got big pouty lips. So, I mean, you bust my lip and it's just like, all right, put a little Neosporin on it, some Vaseline on top of that, and in 2 days it's healed. No scar, no nothing. T3, I have met some real life women with square jaws, man hands, eyebrows from hell. I mean, but that's usually like a little inbreeding. I mean, think about it. Like they're like Cro-Magnon man, but female. I know women that are bald before their husband. True. But for the most part, I mean, those are exceptions to the rule. Benny Hill was a true funny man. He was. Do you think about, they didn't do a lot of dialogue on that show. They really didn't. It was mostly music and them running around at super speed being perverted. Like, and that, it was fucking funny. It was funny. Yes, he told jokes every once in a while or he had funny dialogue, but very like few and far in between. There was a lot more just action to look at, and with that damn music, that like I can't even remember the fucking the music. It was always the same though. Benny Hill wasn't allowed in the house because of the nature of the show. Mm-hmm. Are You Being Served was. I mean, she was funny. She was funny, and there was another one my grandmother used to watch. I want to say it was like Garden something or Hello Goodbye or I forget. But it was like an older lady. Oh, it was an older lady and she always was like trying to impress her neighbors and stuff like that. Like it was funny. R.I.P. to Gene Hackman and his wife. Don't forget the dog. Yeah, there you go. Lass is there. Don't forget the dog. The double entendre in that show was amazing. I mean, that's the whole point. That's where I find the humor. It's not in the outright joke. It's in the underlying joke. It's in the joke that they're not saying, but they look at you like, you get it? And you're like, yeah, I get it. Like, that shit was funny. Like, you don't even need to say it. That shit is hilarious. That's the best kind of humor for me, is the understated one. The dog as well. Yeah. Any thoughts on what happened? Yeah, we were thinking carbon monoxide too, honey, because of the dog. Like, if it was just them, then maybe I would think, okay, maybe they got, like took some pills or whatever. But they're not going to kill the dog. It was just weird. It was Benny Hinn, not Benny Hill. Yet all of us remembered it as Hill. Oh, the mind playing selective memory like Berenstain Bears and Berenstain Bears. Was it? Nuh-uh. I haven't ever seen Benny Hill, but I wasn't allowed to hardly watch any TV. Oh, Ellie. Yeah, but you had fun in other ways. I know you weren't deprived. You had your entertainment. You're very well rounded, so I know damn well you were very well entertained as a kid, even if you had to do it yourself. You just didn't have the same kind. that we had. I don't know. Could be a gas leak. We shall see. Yep, that's what I said. At least they went together. I mean, they did a wellness check on them. That's how they were found because apparently they hadn't been answering like phone calls or whatever. So somebody called for a wellness check. That means that they were dead for like days. And in New Mexico is hot, even in February. I hope their air conditioner was running because I would not have wanted to find that. No, like that was. I know we're like, oh, they were found. That was probably a gruesome scene that they walked into, even for a natural death. Mr. Rogers was one of the few I could think of who was an overall good person who tried to teach us morals. He even went in front of, I don't remember if it was Congress or the Senate, but he went and said, like, no, like you need to do this for kids. You need to be honest. You need to, reevaluate what you're looking at, what you're putting out there. He stood up for kids and he stood up for parents too. He was very much of, like, yeah, discipline is a thing. Manners are a thing. He wanted us to be better individuals. And he wasn't square about it. He wasn't like debaucherous. He wasn't boring. I mean, how many of you, I wanted so many of the gadgets he had in his house. I wanted that fish tank. I wanted the traffic light. At one point, he had one of those things that if you made like noise, it would light up according to the decibels that you were putting out. And so it would like a little light up and then a big flare up or whatever if you got loud. And I was like in love with this. It was just like one episode he had this on. And Daddy happened to pick me up to take me back to Halden that night. And he was like, what'd you do today? And I was like, oh, I watched Mr. Rogers. And he had this cool box. I described this light box so well that my father went out and he found me one and he got it for me for Christmas. And it was like a disco kind of thing, but lit up for every sound. And I loved it. And I sat there for hours just talking at different levels to see what it would do. But I mean, that was what I loved about Mr. Rogers because it really did spark my imagination and my curiosity. And it without making me feel like I was some, like idiot. Like he genuinely felt like you were going to grandpa's house, like, but just a really fun grandpa who, had puppets in the backyard and a train. Like he was cool. Even that weirdo, like mailman with the really, really fake mustache. that was a bad mustache. It was bad. But even he was cool. I mean, he taught things and he talked about neighbors and loving each other and, having respect. And it was just a really good show. It really was. And we haven't had anything like it for these kids. Like, what do we have? We have like freaking Dora. Yeah, like whatever. Ellie Fun. You're missing some great comedy. Yeah. Yeah. If it's crude, that's not for me. At the time, it really wasn't. I mean, it wasn't on like cable. I mean, we only had the regular stations. But it was very suggestive. It wasn't outright crude like it is now. There was no like, full frontal or whatever. But it was so much of it was insinuated that it made you laugh. But we didn't need things spelled out for us back then. You didn't need to have soft porn on the damn screen to know what was going on behind the scenes or whatever, like what they're alluding to. We were smarter than that. We picked up on context clues. It was only as the generations went by, it became more and more blatant because they were dumbing them down. They were, hey, don't use your thinking cap. Don't put your thinking cap on to figure out what's going on in the scene. We're just going to show you everything and more. And then just concentrate on that and then go out and try it. Like that was the difference. That was the progression. I liked it when they used to allude to things. I don't like things thrown at me. I'd rather discover them on my own. Not usually, some, I suppose. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't crude. It was more just suggestive. But it was funny because it was all set to like this weird like ragtime or instrumental music that went at super speed, and they would turn the speed of the video up. And so in like winning speed goes really fast for speech. The whole thing was sped up. So you see like all these old men and like people on bikes and everything going super fucking fast, and they're always falling and like driving into something. It was very slapsticky. But it kept you entertained because there was nothing else like it on TV. When did Gene Hackman die? They found him today. Him at 95, his 63-year-old wife, and their dog, all dead in their New Mexico home. No foul play detected, but they're looking into it. That's why we're thinking it had to be carbon monoxide or a gas leak or something, because for the dog to die too, it's like they probably all went to bed or they all laid down to take a nap or watch TV. Oh, I'm getting sleepy, and then whoop. I mean, they didn't say they found them in the car with the engine running. I mean, that would be different. That would put a different spin on it. I didn't think of that until I just said it. But they said they found them in the home. They didn't say what room they found them in. That's a thing, and that's going to be part of the investigation, I'm sure. Like if they found them all in the garage in the car, then you know what happened. But yeah, I'd like that information so I can make that distinction in my brain. I'm not into British comedies. I do like some British drama though. Yeah, I do like British drama. I love all like the Jane Austens, all of them. Even the non-popular ones, I find something in them. I love them all. I love the Bronte sisters. Like I love when they make movies. That Jane Eyre is my absolute favorite British movie, no matter who's in it. I've seen at least a dozen different versions of it, and I loved every single one. Though my favorite is the one with Timothy Dalton. I do love that one. I highly recommend it. It's really, really good. Long, but it's really, really good. Scott's all over the news today. Yep. It was announced this morning. I do like some of the dramas too. Yep. Alligator. It's the alligator. Yes, blame the alligator. Always blame the alligator. I'm just hearing it now. I haven't heard any news yet today. Thank you both. Yeah, so Michelle Trachtenberger was found in her Manhattan apartment, age 39. She was on Gossip Girl when she was much younger. And she was Buffy's little sister on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. They found her dead, probably from complications from her liver transplant, but they're not saying. Who else? Gene Hackman, and there was somebody else. Oh, and the Pope is very sick, just so you know. And there are rumors that he's already dead and they're trying to hide it, but I doubt it because you haven't seen cardinals flying through the air to make their way to the Vatican for their top spot. So until you see them flocking there by droves, like he's not dead yet. Which show for entendre or both? Yeah, I love the double entendres. Entendres are my thing. Are you being served? I think there's a lot of us just self-serving. Just saying. Just saying, self-serve is a thing. I'm from Jersey. You can't do self-service. You have to have an attendant. You have to have an attendant. That was Keeping Up Appearances with the garden and the old lady trying. There you go. That's right. I never paid attention to the opening credits because I never came in at the start of the show. Those were always those shows that my grandmother would have on the TV, and I'd come home from work and be like, "What the hell are you watching?" Oh, it's this shit again. Sit down. You might learn something. It's fine, whatever. Like I'm going to learn something from this British lady who lies to everybody and henpecks her poor husband. You'll learn how to be a wife. Not that kind. No. That's my mother's kind of being a wife. Isn't Benny Hinn a televangelist? Yeah, it's Benny Hill. You're killing me. You're all killing me. Gotcha. Yep. Went back and watched it a few years ago and was like, oh, that's why they left. Yep. I get a lot of those. A lot of those. I'll watch something now that I watched as a kid, and I'm like, it wasn't that bad. Oh my god, this is hilarious. And then there's stuff that I thought was hilarious as a kid that I watch now, and I'm like, I really like this. Like, I remember liking this, but I remember it being funnier. Like, why is it not as funny now? Oh my god. I poor Winning. I mean, when I tell you I put this boy through it, I put this man through it like you wouldn't believe. The other night I was like, my turn. I want to pick something to watch, and he was like, "What?" Because he knows that I'm unpredictable, so he likes to be away. He's like, "Nah." He gets veto power over anything I pick, which kind of sucks sometimes, but it's like whatever. And I was like, on Amazon they have Land of the Lost. I just want to watch one. And he was like, all right. I don't know why I wanted to watch it. It was terrible. The special effects were terrible. The storyline was hella racist. And it was just like, oh my God, like this is what we want. And this went for 3 seasons. You got to be shitting me. Really? Because I don't ever remember seeing more than one episode of Land of Lost that they just used to play over and over and over and over. And I never got there when it started, and it seemed to just finish on like a kind of a note every time. But yeah, no, we watched it, and I was like, oh, there's a half an hour I'm not going to get back. Like, and it was so bad that I was like, is it over yet? Is it over yet? Is it over yet? Because it was only like 20 minutes long. And I was just like, it felt like I'd been sitting there for like 5 hours watching this fucking thing. I was like, oh my God, how many different things are going to happen to these people? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that dinosaur? Oh, look, it's a T-Rex. Like certain parts I was like, oh, and then most of it I was like, meh. Like they're using that thing to pull them up into the cave, but then why is that like such a big deal when that dude just went around the little cliff thing and hopped up on 2 ledges and he was in? Why didn't they do that to begin with? Like, what did they need the lift for? Yeah, because, we miss elevators? Like, I don't know. The cave was literally 7 feet off the fucking floor. Like, all they had to do was hop onto a rock, hop into the cave, and they were safe. No, let's stand here and use this pulley system to, that's super slow, that's going to draw the attention of the dinosaur. Oh, I was so irritated. So irritated. I was like, this makes no sense. Like these people deserve to die in this damn movie because they were so stupid. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was a wonderful show that actually did teach kids. Super smart, compassionate man. Absolutely. Captain Kangaroo. Yes. I remember Captain Kangaroo. You know what wasn't a good children's show? Soupy Sales. And I loved Soupy Sales. I did not know how perverted it was until I grew up and watched it again. Because I got to meet Soupy Sales. My aunt took me. I got his autograph, everything. I was super excited. And then I watched it as an adult. I was like, oh my God. Who let me watch this shit? Like, really? Just the jokes alone and the meanness. And I was just like, oh my God. That was not a good children's show, but he was Soupy Sales. And if you don't know who Soupy Sales is, you need to look it up because you can't go your whole life without knowing like what a wackadoo he was. He was like the American version of who's that British dude that got arrested oh man, the old creepy one that Gay as the Day is Long. I know you all know who I mean, and I can't think of it. It just recently came out, like just how abusive and criminal he was, but highly regarded by like everybody over there. Soupy Sales was our version of him. That was my favorite as a kid, and my 3 kids. Mr. Gene Jeans. The other person who I can think of is Alex Trebek, 80 years in the spotlight without a scandal. No, his scandal was when he shaved off his mustache. You remember that? Oh my God, people lost their minds. I remember that. I was like, maybe he burnt it. Maybe he went to go light a cigar because I know he smoked cigars. I was like, maybe he fucking lit the shit on fire. I was like, damn, now I got to shave it off. Because I don't think that was a voluntary thing. You don't have the same mustache for like 40 years and then just go one day, I'm just going to shave it. No, you don't do that. Something happened to that mustache. Although, didn't he have cancer? Maybe he lost like the hair on his face, like from chemo or something. I don't know. But that was a huge thing when he showed up with no mustache. Like my grandmother was alive, and she, oh my god, what did he do? I was like, oh my god, what? And I was like, what the hell? The alligator gave the scorpion a ride across the river because the scorpion and before the scorpion stung him. Thank you, Suzanne. I couldn't remember if it was alligator, a rabbit, a swan, whatever the fuck it was. Are You Being Served was a British show. Yep. Shelly for chat extending bafangu. Jafid fattadu pignuzacchani de ebrushngulakid. So the USA and Canada military have taken footing in Greenland. Lovely. I'm trying, I don't know what, like, is that a good thing? It should be a good thing, no? Maybe not the Canadian military if we're over there, but who the fuck knows? I'm trying to go through the Who's the Boss series because when it first came out, I had to watch it. You know, back then you missed it. Oh, well. Oh, yeah. These kids don't know what it's like to have to be home at a certain time so you didn't miss your show because you weren't going to get to see that show again. If it went into, what do they call it? It's a V word. Damn it. Not vagina. If the shows went into, I know y'all know it. Somebody tell me. It's not vindication. What the hell is it called? If they went syndication, there you go. God damn it. I'm like, it's a V. No, it's not. It's if they went into syndication, you were lucky, but you still had to wait and hope and pray and get every TV guide and go through it and go, that's not the episode I want. Next one, no, that's not the episode. No. Like if it switched to like Nick at Night or what else was it? Like VH1, like they did with the monkeys, you got to see it. But for the most part, if we wanted to see something, you had to be there for the original airing. After that, they might never show it again, ever. And even if when they go on a hiatus and start doing the reruns, you don't know what season they're going to start over with during the hiatus or what shows they're going to show. And the hiatus wasn't as long as the season, so you didn't make it as far. And usually the shit you missed was always at the end of the season. And you'd be watch it every week. I saw this one. I saw this one. I saw that. Oh, next week is going to be that. No, new show. God damn it. And it's like, really? Really? Like, and we used to sit and watch things as families. It didn't matter what age the show, was made for. Everybody sat and watched it. I can't tell you how many times my grandfather watched Little House on the Prairie. And he'd be like, oh, I like them better in Bonanza. But he'd watch and he'd get upset. He loved Little Half Pint. Oh my God. He loved himself some Melissa Gilbert. He was like, oh, she's the perfect daughter. And my mother would just look at him. I'm sorry that tickled me. I forgot that he used to do that. Because she always used to get, oh, yes, I'm not the perfect daughter. He was like, well, you're no half pint. Like my grandfather was fucking funny. He looked like Barney Rubble. Teeny tiny thing. Yeah, but I remember when Who's the Boss first came out, man, you ran to watch that. And we knew all of the shows that John I can't Croatus or whatever that, I don't know, the Greek dude that does all the Gen X stuff. I was watching a thing the other day. He said, this was my week of primetime TV. Let me know how many of these you guys saw as well. And he went through with the TV guide and showed like little clips. And it was a really long short that he did. But there were 25 shows that he showed for Sunday through Saturday. And I've watched 21 of them. The only ones that I'd seen, but I wasn't like every week, was like Airwolf, Fall Guy, the dude shows. Like just wasn't into like that part. But I mean, I was into like Remington Steel, like um Magnum PI, like Dallas, Falcon Crest, like all he literally just and he kept playing like the theme songs and I was like, oh my god, I remember this song. And I could sing every fucking single one of those songs. I heard the first note and I knew exactly what show it was. Didn't have to see it. Just I said, making your way in the world today takes everything you got. And it was like, oh my god, like you knew all of them. And I was like, oh my god, I forgot more than I remember. Like, it's sad. That's why I like looking at his streams because it's just like it throws me back so hard. Lady Awesome said, I'm now looking at it with a side eye. I see they were normalizing a man at home while a woman works. Yep. Mr. Mom was the beginning. Michael Keaton. He couldn't hack it because the economy was bad and he had a trade job. So you needed her to, oh my God, I have a college degree. Well, you stay home with the kids and I'm going to go be an advertising exec. And it was all about her boss trying to ass grab her and whatever. And then he's home feeling insecure. And then it's a whole big, like, my dick is bigger than yours with the boss and whatever. And then in the end, the man prevails. It's like, and she's like, but I still want to work. And he's like, okay, honey, like, stop. That would never have flown in my house. Never. If my grandfather lost the gas station, I guarantee the next minute he would have had a job somewhere else. Because my grandmother was not going to work. I tried so many times to say, do you need it? I don't need anything from you. No, you just go to school. You be a good girl. Okay. But I'm working. I could put it, I don't need your money. You keep your money, you save your money, and you just go be a good girl. That was always pat on the head, go be a good girl. Granted, I was a good girl, but I've gone astray. Yeah, but all of that was all like them setting us up to be like, oh, well, if you're going to be a modern woman or a modern family, this is what it looks like. Here, go do this. Here, go do that. This is what the new normal is. If you're not doing this, then you're old fashioned and you're square. Like, how dare you be like your parents? How dare you be like your grandparents? You have to be you. You're an individual. I said it the other day. You're an individual. You're special. You're special. You're special. Everybody repeat it. We're special. We're individuals. Yeah. No, you're a collective now. You're a collective of individuals who don't know dick about the world, but okay. It's like sending China a warning. There you go. What, with the Greenland occupation? That's great. Maybe I shouldn't have said occupation, but the green boots on the ground in Greenland. That's a warning to China. I gotcha. I'm with you. Yes, Les, I remember there were no series on tape yet. Nope. Do you remember how hard it was to get VHS tapes? Like, they didn't have Blockbuster in the beginning. You had those little mom and pop video stores. They had one copy of like whatever movies they had. Star Wars didn't even go out on tape for years. And my father was on a waiting list to be able to rent it because he was like, the minute that comes out, like, my daughter's got to see it. Even though I had it taped at home because they had it. They showed it on HBO or some shit. But yeah, you had HBO long before you had it on cassette tape. Now it's like if it goes to DVD, you just know it sucks. Actually, not even, because they don't sell DVDs that much anymore. Now, if it goes straight to the streaming service, you're like, I don't want to watch that. It took me forever to watch Black Widow because they released it straight to the streaming service. And I was like, nah. I was like, it takes the fun out of it. Now, Wicked only came out, 2 months ago? It's going to be on Disney in the next 2 weeks. Free. So if you're going to rent it somewhere, don't. Just wait the 2 weeks. It'll be on Disney and Hulu. But like, that's nothing. Can you imagine 3 months from the box office to home? That never happened. You had to wait years for that shit to go out on VHS. Oh God. And good luck if you went to the selection. Daddy would always take me to the video store and go, "I gotta pick something out." Took me like 10 minutes because they only had what, 300 total movies. Most of them were like, yeah. Oh God, what were the popular movies that they had? They had a lot of like kung fu movies. They had a lot of Chuck Norris. That other dude, the guy that played Beretta, and then the other one. There was Chuck Norris, there was the dude that played Beretta, and then there was another dude with salt and pepper hair and a thick mustache that was like super tough guy. And I can't remember what the hell his name was. But he was like in all the movies. He was in all like he always had a cool car and he was always shooting something. But he mostly played cops, I think. Well, lawmen at any rate, but probably shaved it off for a woman. Probably not. Probably not. Heidi Pee Wee Herman. Oh, good God. Tequila. You know you all said it. I know you did. And if you didn't, shame on you. My TV is a Samsung and has Samsung TV with Wi-Fi, and they have on demand. Cool. Cool. I recently just bought wireless HDMI things so that I could stream to the big TV from my laptop because I'm not trying to put all those apps on the damn TV. I don't have that kind of patience. I'm not a dude. Like, I know Winning would sit there and like probably just program everything in so it's all right. I'm not that person. Like, nope. It's already in my laptop. I just need a way to just be across the room with my laptop and not have a wire going across the room. So it's fine. I know how to get it onto the big TV, but I'm not sitting there trying to download all these apps and then put in your password and put in your login and your password and blah, 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 and then no, fuck you. I already did that on my laptop. I'm done. If this laptop decides to destroy itself, I'm so screwed because I don't remember any of the fucking logins. They're all stored. And I know somebody like probably Ellie's going to tell me, well, you know it. So write them down now. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I might say I won't do it because I don't want to. And I'll pay for it later. I know it. It's all right. I've accepted it. Heidi said, I typed green, not geen. Damn autocorrect. Green jean. Mm-hmm. So I was like, geen jean. That was a tongue twister. Somebody put a tongue twister on X this morning. Who was it? Might have been Ted Nugent. I think that's who it was. And oh God, what was it? It was something about the flu. Like how much flu does a flu shot cure if a flu shot cured the flu? Like it was longer than that, but I mean, you get the hint. But I read it and I was like, oh, that was actually clever. It's cute. I'm sure he didn't come up with it. I'm sure he copied it from somewhere. But I liked it. Has the whole TV series with limited commercials, and may I say, I've noticed no prescription drug commercials. Not sure if that is preemptive or not. Oh, see, I like that. See, Wolfram, you knew I meant syndication. Damn it. The V word. The V is in victory. Listen, I asked my aunt because I saw a commercial. Like, was it a commercial? No, it was one of those stupid PSA signs in the subway. And it was for venereal disease because they went through that whole thing where they had all of those. And I was young. I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7. And my aunts picked me up because I had gone to New York. I remember I went to New York with my Aunt Grace for the day, came back, and we were supposed to get in the car and go down the shore on a Friday night because that's what we did. And so my Aunt Lee picked us up. I'm in the back seat, and it's me, my great grandmother, and my Aunt Marie. My Aunt Grace is in the front because she used to get car sick, and Aunt Lee is driving because she was the only one with a license. Because of course she was. And we're driving along, and I said, "What's VD?" Nobody answered me. Nobody. And my Aunt Lee goes, "Silly, it's Victory Day." I was like, "What?" She said, "It's the day we won the war." And my great grandmother, now I know why she made the noise she made. I didn't understand it then. I was just like, all right. But she snorted so hard that she choked and she like had a coughing fit. And I was just, but I took that. I was like, oh, all right. And then when daddy and mommy came on Sunday to pick me up to take me back home because my aunts were staying, I was like, Daddy, guess what? I learned what VD means. And he was like, you what? Like, what? Who told you? It means Victory Day. He was like, no, it doesn't. And my mother was like, no, and he goes, it means Veterans Day. I was like, really? Like, when I got older, I thought about that conversation. I was like, they all just like fucking with me. Like, just like fucking with me. They let me think that if you went to a drive-in, you would get pregnant because all you do in the drive-in is have sex. Not sex, because I didn't say the word until I was like 16. But, I just spell out sex. That's how innocent I was. I've come a long way, baby. I'm a Virginia Slim. Well, I do like some Virginia Slims, but he wears cool glasses every night. Yeah, when VCRs came out, everybody was waiting for the price to come down. They were so expensive. Scott, do you remember how terrifying those original VHS players were? Not the ones that you put the tape in the front. We had the ones that the piece popped out of the top. So when you pressed eject, it went boom. You're like, oh my God. Because it didn't eject, it did not gently eject. No. You were like, oh my God, don't fucking break. This thing costs like $600. Like, it was a lot. It was a lot. Daddy used to take his from the house to Hoboken, and he would set it up on top of the big console TV that we had on the floor. And he would, every time he cursed, every time, because it wasn't just like a plug and play. You had to unscrew the screws in the back. You had to take those little forked wires, put them, and then tighten the screw to put them back in place. And then you'd have some type of signal. You also needed like a switch box to go from one thing to another. And it was like a whole process. And he did all that so we could watch Jaws. I remember that. And then he did it again so we could watch Annie, because he had taped Annie for me off the TV, and it was like a big thing. But yeah, I remember they used to like scared the shit out of me every time. Every time. It was so loud. And then the whole thing would like shake and reverberate. It was great. But yeah, they were heavy. They were huge too. And I mean, you only really used that one little part, but the fucking thing was huge. You said it as I was going to type it. Wolfram beat me to it. There you go. I have 4 older sisters. Little houses burned into my brain. Yeah, I know. I have the theme song going through my head right now. It's like, aw. You just imagined like the little Gracie just rolling down the hill, falling, and you're like, oh, she's so cute. Do it again. Every time she fell, I laughed. My girlfriend was like, what? Like, you're graceful? Shut up. I fall up the stairs, not down. I'm special. My mama says I'm special. Yeah, we had a VCR that could also be programmed to record, before DVR. Yeah. Heidi said my dad worked for J.C. Penney in the electronics department. We had that too. Daddy was very big on Radio Shack. Every Sunday he went to Radio Shack and got whatever new shit they had. That was his thing. And then he would come home and he would figure out how to work it. And inevitably, by 2, 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon, you'd hear, Michelle, come here. Oh, fuck. I'd be in my room going, I just want to listen to records. Like, I just want to listen to records. Michelle, come here. You got to show you this. Fine, whatever. Thank God he did too, because when he died and we had to move, my uncle moved the entire entertainment unit away from the wall to get to the wires. And I heard, "Biz your deal. Come here." What the hell is all this? What? That's all the wires. It's the 8-track and the cassette tape and the record player and the radio, the VCR, the Atari, and then the tuner. And then those go to all the extra speakers. How do you know that? Daddy taught me. Good. You take it apart. Oh, it's all labeled. What? Everything's labeled. A to A, B to B. Like everything's labeled. You could just disconnect it, put it all in a box, and it'll be fine. I'll set it up when we get to Hoboken. He was like, okay. He was like, better you than me. But I mean, I knew because I'd spent so many afternoons sitting there going, You see this right? If you put it here, it's not going to work. So see where it says output and it says input here. That's like, that doesn't really mean what you think it means. All right. So he taught me everything about the electronics in our house, and I was there for it. And I thank God, because now when I do stuff, they're like, how do you know how to do that? Just trust me. This plug and play shit ain't nothing. It's nothing. Not when you're sitting there with 18 screws set a certain way, because none of the screws are the same goddamn size. So they have to go back to where you took them from. So now you have a map of your screw. Plug and play ain't shit. Y'all have no skills. Like, which really irritates me when you do the plug and play and that doesn't work and you're like, this goddamn piece of shit. God damn it. We did that with they sold that Nintendo all-in-one whatever. And I wasn't going to buy it, but Zuma bought it for Connor and I brought it home. We were excited to play it and the fucking thing wouldn't work. I was so mad because I was looking forward to those games. And it took me a couple days, but I got that son of a bitch to work. I tried every hack I could think of. I looked it up. I researched it, but I got it to work. Only one game we couldn't get to load. And of course it was like, I think it was like Metroid or whatever that we couldn't get to load. It was just too much for the system. We were not allowed to watch Three's Company. Why? Because it's 2 women living with a man and a whole bunch of like faggotry. I'm just saying, like that was a weird show. Just the theme song should have tipped me off. Then you had the gigolo Larry, the used car salesman guy downstairs. You had Mr. Roper, who was hella abusive to his wife and thought it was funny. He just constantly insulted her. She was a big old horn dog. It was like, damn, bitch, how much estrogen are you on? But none of that seemed weird. Now I look back and I'm like, that was a bad show. Like, it was funny, but there was a lot of shit going on in that show I should not have seen as a kid. Did you have Pong? Oh my God, that was my first game. It was so great. Could you imagine these kids having to play Pong now? They'd be like, what the hell is this? Like, they play air hockey faster than that. I loved Pong. It was great. We played Pong. Then it was Asteroids, Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, E.T., Pitfall, Carnival. These are all the Atari games, by the way. What else was there? There's Warlords. And my all-time favorite video game ever, Kaboom. The one where the little prison dude at the top moves back and forth and drops bombs. And you couldn't use a regular joystick. You had to use the wheel joystick. And Daddy would be like, how the hell are you doing that? So, dude, I'm like, boom, 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 boom. I used to win that shit like crazy. But then we'd play Pac-Man and he kicked my ass. He'd be like, you don't think about strategy. No, man, I'm thinking about speed and getting it done. Like, he was like, gotta think about strategy. Nope. I suck at Pac-Man. I really do. I suck at Pac-Man. Pac-Man. Man, Lord. Anyway, I was in the electronics classes in high school, and we covered VCRs in class and how they developed from the first one. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, they were, God, how big they were, and just they did nothing. You had that little counter on the front. Remember the counter? What the hell was that counter for? Was it counting minutes? I mean, what was it? 'Cause I never figured it out. All it was like three dials that just went like an odometer. It would just keep rolling, keep rolling. And if I pushed the button, I got yelled at because it reset. It was like, what the fuck? My Three Sons was a good sitcom. Yep, you had My Three Sons. You had Father Knows Best. You had Donna Reed. Gidget. I loved Gidget. Gidget and the Flying Nun. Those I love Sally Field. She's so cute. She's so cute. That's why I loved Smokey and the Bandit. It wasn't for Burt Reynolds. I loved it because Sally Field was in it. She was just adorable. But I remember watching Gidget with Boondoggle. Mm-hmm. And then there was what was it? There was a show that used to be on with the twins. It was Patty Austin playing the twins because they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they look alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. What a crazy pair, because they're cousins. What was the name of that goddamn thing? I can't remember the name of the show. I'm sure one of you out there remembers it. I liked that show. I did. That was a big Nick at Night show. My nano had an Atari because one of my aunts is only 12 years older than I am, and we had one with many games. My youngest sister still has it, and it works. I still have mine. I have my original Atari with the original joysticks with all the games. All of them. Oh, yeah. I didn't care. I have rewired that bitch. I have bought different things. The only thing now I need to clean out the reader where you put the cartridge in. But I need to somehow either find a new one and replace it or find a way to clean that one so it's more receptive and not as snowy. Way too much static. But yeah, I will never get rid of that ever. I can remember my cousin getting a Commodore 64. Yes, it was so high tech. It sure was. It sure was. In the 80s, it took 3 years for anything movie related to get where I grew up. Same for me. It was the same for me. And I grew up, in a very New York area. You would think I would get it first. Nope. But yeah, it was always 3 years. Mm-hmm. My husband joined in on the Baby Herman song. Good. Did he do the dance? Because he got to do the dance. Come on. I was sitting here doing the whole front to back with that. I was totally doing it. I danced more when I'm on this damn show with you people than I dance any other time in my life. Like, I sit here and I like bounce around in my chair, like doing everything. It's funny. Our first video rental store had so many different titles. Yep, it was a mom and pop. Absolutely. There was no chains. They didn't have them. Like, then when Blockbuster came out, it was like, oh my God. Like, the first time I walked into Blockbuster, I was overwhelmed. And then the bitch was like, there's a downstairs. I was like, oh, you have more? Like, oh my God. Like, it's funny. And our Blockbuster was huge. It was the old McCrory's, the old 5 and Dime, which used to be the old Woolworths. So it had it was super wide. It went all the way back and it was 2 floors. And it was just like, oh my God. Like, I would go in there and I would leave with 6 or 7 movies. And my mother would be like, who's going to watch this? Me all weekend. Because I got the Friday rental. Look, it's a 3-day rental. I don't have to take it back. It's not brand new. I don't have to bring it back tomorrow. That was the thing. If it was brand new, you had to bring it back the next day. Right? And nobody ever used to just drop them in the slot. No, because I don't trust your ass. Like, I'm bringing it in because you're not telling me I didn't freaking bring it back. Like, ring it up. Give me my card back. and I'll take some goobers. Like, God, I want to go back. I do. Streaming is nice and everything, but it's so easy. And there's no like ritual to it, you know? There's no pomp at all. It used to be a thing, you know, you get surprised. Guess what movie I got? You ready? You go make the popcorn. I'll get the VCR ready. I'll get the pillows. You know, you made it. It was an event every time you watch something. Now it's just like, you want to watch a movie? Yeah, let's just binge watch for the next 5 days. Okay. As much as you love watching it and spending time, there was a certain kind of celebration, like a specialness to it before. I miss it. I do. I miss the whole. Oh, guess what? I picked up videos. What you get? It's a surprise. I was like, okay, better be a good surprise because I'm not sitting here for like an hour and a half. You remember when movies were an hour and a half? Now I'm like, every time I sit down for a movie, it's like a 4-hour movie. I'm like, this is literally 3.5 movies. Like, stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Hour. We used to have some of them were like an hour and 20 minutes. You were in, you were out, you were done. I thought you were going to the movies. I watched it. I didn't even go food shopping yet. What do you mean you saw the movie? It was over. It was quick. Was it good? Oh, hell yeah. The first thing I thought was, no, stop. Not that song. This day has to be over. Why? What's going on, honey? You okay? I'm so done with this. Need to go cuss at the wall in my laundry room. Oh, honey. I'm sorry you're having a bad day. Oh, whose ass do I have to kick? Just let me know. I'll be there in a jiffy. I'll be there. Toot sweet. Elifant, I'm irritable today. What's your excuse? See, y'all just come on. I got 2.5 hours sleep total last night. And look at me. I'm in a great mood. Come on now. And I'm hungry because I haven't eaten. When the hell did I eat? Oh my God. When did I eat? Yesterday at some time. Oh, I had soup last night. That's right. So the last thing I had was chicken soup at like 10 o'clock last night. I started eating it at like 7, but I finished eating it at like 10 and it was ice cold, but it is what it is. Right now, I'm just sucking on a C4, trying to like wake my ass up. We get everything we want to watch internet, so we don't even watch television shit. I don't even know if it works. We don't have anything hooked up to the television. I have like no apps on it, no cable or anything. I run the HDMI cable from my laptop to the TV so that I don't have to squint to see stuff. That's the only reason. I would just watch it on the laptop if my eyes weren't so goddamn bad. And I wind up doing that half the time anyway. Flu shots are pointless. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. In fact, I think they fuck you up more. Every time Connor got a flu shot, he got sick. Every time, without fail. So I just stopped getting him the flu shot. And he has to get it. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Well, he really should. No, he shouldn't. He's allergic to eggs. You have the test from when he was like a year old that said he's allergic to eggs, and I'm going to stick by that. Well, we could retest him. Nope, it says it right there. You told me allergies don't just go away, even though they do. Nope, he's allergic to eggs. No more flu shots. Well, we could do an alternative. What if we do the nasal thing? I said no. No. Like, why are you pushing this so fucking hard? He didn't get the flu shot. He hasn't gotten the flu since. Two. Robert Blake. Yes, Robert Blake was Beretta, but who was the other dude? It was Chuck Norris, Robert Blake, and somebody else. And I can't remember what the fuck his name was. But he had salt and pepper hair. He squinted all the time. He had a thick salt and pepper mustache. He drove a muscle car. He always carried a gun on him. It wasn't Chuck Norris. It was in that group of, oh man, that's gonna drive me nuts. I bet you anything my mother's husband knows who it was. I won't ask though. Most drugs produced today only deal with symptoms, not the actual cure. That's very true. Very true. And half of them are known to cause additional symptoms with their side effects. So it's like, here, take this. You won't have a runny nose anymore, but you're going to have the shits for the next 3 days. That's great. That's great. Thanks. What do you want? Do you want a runny nose or a runny ass? It's your choice. My day's going rocky because of hormones. Yeah, mine and the tween child. Oh, fun. Fun. Oh yeah. Oh my god, I've never been on a subway. I've been on way too many. Trust me, you're not missing anything. There's a certain smell that subways have that you can avoid the rest of your life and be perfectly content. I'm probably 45 days away from that, Ellie. Yeah, mine. I've been sick with PMS for like over a week, like maybe a week and a half, and I still haven't gotten it. So I'm just thinking I probably was just ovulating and was the last one of the last of the dying eggs. Because much like the chickens downstairs, the eggs just don't want to stop. Some women's children, huh? Mm-hmm. Teenagers or something else with those hormones. They will make you wish and regret every moment of your life leading up to that, going, where did I go wrong? And then a couple days later, they're angels again. And you're like, oh, I still love you. Like, I'm glad you reminded me that I like you too. Yeah, I love the cockatoo. You love the cockatoo. Is that what we're calling it now? I mean, I love the cockatoo too. RB said, I couldn't help myself. I had to put together a long Discord post at the idiots reading about the MMR vaccine. Oh, that's fine. Did you post it on my Discord or Winnings or both? Because it's fine. Elephant at Inumers. I don't have teens yet, and I haven't had a period since October. Oh, I did get night sweats last night, though. Yay. Yeah, the night sweats. Did you wake up with like the reverse outline of your body? Like, because get used to that. I highly recommend bamboo sheets. I do. I highly recommend them, at least for your side of the bed. They do help a lot. Get a little fan that you could put like toward your head that only hits you. That will help. Or you could put it at the foot of the bed. If you get it to hit your feet, that'll help. Try to choose only cotton to go to sleep in, or nothing. Nothing is better. But if you still have little ones, so cotton, only cotton. Don't go for any of the synthetic whatevers. But that doesn't mean that you're not going to get your friend again. Because unfortunately, for like the first 1 to 5 years of it, you'll be happily going along like, I haven't had it in 6 months. We're done. And it goes, I'm back, bitch. Like, it just does it. And it'll be like your PMS will be worse than it ever was. Because it's just, it takes so long. It's like, oh, come on. Because you get the PMS and you're going to keep getting the PMS. Like here and there and everywhere. But no like release from it. So there's no relief. And then when you finally do get your friend, you're like, oh, thank God. And then everybody can relax for like a month and a half. It's a roller coaster, but it's worth it. It's worth it. You got your babies, so you're good. My teenager does his own damn laundry. Hell yeah. Arby said it's so dumb now how people want to see a conspiracy will ignore all evidence because it's just a manipulation to push the conspiracy. Yeah, they want to call everything a conspiracy, even when it turns out to be true. It's ridiculous. It's like when they're like, oh my God, that's so cliche. You know why people use cliches? Because they're true and they've worked over time. Like, if somebody uses a cliche, it's because it's been proven time and time and time again, and it could be relied upon. I can't. Watch Clumsy, but couldn't even chat. All right. You woke up at 3:30 with a hot flash. Nice. I went to bed at like 3:30. Well, I went to sleep at like 3:30. I went to bed earlier than that. And I woke up at 6. Saw Rabbit saying goodnight, so it was good to see her. Yeah, it was like the first VCRs were trying to launch the tapes into space. We're trying to knock your freaking teeth out. Because they used to pop up. And they didn't pop up like just like an inch to it. No, that shit went up like 4 inches. It was like here. And somehow you always wound up scraping your hand trying to get the goddamn tape out. Uh, horror moans. Yep. Mm-hmm. Wasn't that what was Captain Kern's joke the other day? What's the difference between an enzyme and a hormone? You can't hear an enzyme, but you can hear a hormone. Like that was the difference. I think that was his joke. Yep, the ones with the top load tapes and the whole process. Dad had a whole set. Yep. The first one was reel to reel. Later came cassette tape. Do you remember oh God, what were they called? What was it? Betamax? I think it was. Yeah, there you go. Sony Beta format. There you go. I think we called it Betamax. A few different formats. Yeah, if you bought a beta player, you were fucked. Like, because they didn't put out shit in that format. It was like VHS all the way. You, me, both falling upstairs. I'm a girl. I could fall over thin air. I fall over absolutely nothing. Nothing. There's nothing there. Nothing in my way. I didn't get dizzy. I just boop and on the floor. And getting stuff that fell off the back of a truck is not going to Radio Shack. I mean, I had that too. But ours fell off the back of a truck or off a train. And it would show up in front of my house in the back of a station wagon, that when they opened the back of the station wagon and that big door went up, all the hangers would come down. You'd have blouses on this side, house dresses on that side. There's a freaking clothesline going across the back of the station wagon with all different bras. There's a box of like leg eggs. Those are pantyhose, people. Like the eggs of pantyhose. You can any color you want, as long as you only wanted like medium or queen plus. That was because that's what fell off the truck. So it was like, whatever. Like you either knew somebody average or all right, I'll just get a whole bunch of those for grandma. That's fine. Just give me those. Even though grandma, you realize that all our grandparents wore thigh highs and garters like it was nothing. The first time I saw my grandmother undo and like clip her garter without even looking, I was so impressed because she was like, oh, it's easy. Here. She gave me like a garter to put on, and it had bone in it and everything. Like it had like the whalebone. It was like a corset garter. And she tightened up. She was like, here, you try. I don't think I ever worked so hard to hook one freaking little part onto the top of a thigh high pantyhose. Like, are you kidding? Hello. Oh Lord.
Say his name and he appears.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Hi, honey. Vinny.
Hello, how's it going?
There you are. It's going well. What you doing? What you up to?
Oh, nothing. I'm just popping in for a minute. So, yeah, the Epstein list thing for today. I mean, it got released to like a part of it got released to like a handful of people,
Okay.
but there's still some kind of like. Oh, I'm gonna cover it tonight, basically.
Oh, good. You'll cover it and I don't have to. Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing much to cover right now. Tomorrow, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Today's going to be about the problems with the release, and it's not that it had, I don't know why they did it the way they did it, but I guess they have to. But there's still some concern that they're not getting the full. The FBI is withholding information from them. Things I've noticed. Blaze TV had gone live with it, thinking maybe I went there thinking maybe they got a copy of it, and when I went to their live, it was privated. So I don't know if if they got some safety precautions going here. Well, safety, but cover your ass precautions going here.
All right.
On the YouTube side. So be prepared for anything, but I'll continue to gather as much information as I can about it, and we'll talk about it tonight on Winning Tonight. That'll be
Awesome
our lead,
sauce.
as it will be
Awesome
everybody's lead.
Did everybody vote in the poll? Because I'm going to close the poll. Apparently, 42% think it's going to be a partial release, and 37 were like, yeah, we're not getting that list today. So 42, it goes to the 42%. Good job, guys. Good job.
There are some prominent online creators that, I mean, well known, I would say, with big followings that did get some kind of copy of something. There's a picture of him at the White House holding up something.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness.
So, you know, I don't know what that is, but it's what they have so far. And
they're not going to be eager to share it and have it sniped or stolen away from them by other people.
Yep.
That's prime content that they got. That's content you make people pay for.
I guess. But I mean, it's baby steps, right? It's the first step to the next one. So, slowly to downspout, man. Let's go.
All right. Well, it's good that you're going to be covering it, because I've been just talking ad nauseum for the last 4 hours.
I know.
Oh, so sweet. Anya said that Gene Hackman and his wife both fell in different parts of their house, and that there were pills found, scattered pills, that there were other animals that were alive. Only one passed away with the wife. Maybe the dog got into the pills that the wife dropped. Very strange. Very strange. So we'll see where that goes. But I mean, the man was 95. Maybe they had a pact. Maybe he knew he was going to, die. And she was like, I'm going with you. I don't know. You there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm here.
Right.
Yeah, I know very little about that. You know how I am when shit like that happens. I'm like, wait.
I know. But it's when they say they were found in the house, Gene Hackman, his wife, and the dog were all found dead. To me, that doesn't sound like a murder-suicide type thing. That sounds like carbon monoxide or something that killed everybody in the house. But now they're saying that there were animals in the house that lived. So maybe it wasn't.
What if it was the dog, and the dog?
You think the dog plotted their demise? Instead of giving him beef, they gave him chicken?
And then took himself out.
He couldn't deal with the guilt.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a thing. Well,
that would be.
Dogs are very emotional.
That would make it more interesting. But anyways, it's always a shame when someone passes away. So I'm not trying to make light of it.
It is, especially Lex Luthor. Yeah, it was him that we said the Pope is sick, and this trying to say he's dying or he died, and they're trying to hide it. I'm like, whatever, nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. And the chick that played Buffy's little sister on Buffy the Vampire Slayer was found dead in Manhattan, age 39.
Yep, I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, so that's all. Pope. That's the only death notices I have for you.
There's a seat waiting for him in hell, so that particular Pope can.
Oh, Pope Francis! I said he's going to go to heaven. St. Peter's going to be like, "Who'd you have lunch with? You got an answer for that? How about your stance on abortion? You got an answer for that? How about all those priests that little boys? You got an answer for that? Because you ain't getting in here without an answer, and I better like your answer." I think this Pope has a lot to answer for.
He's done lots of sinning. But well, it's
Borgia coming out is holding a seat for him,
right? That on the council of
come over here and sit with my daughter wife. Great, sure. Oh Lord. Anyway, all right. So, what time are you going live tonight?
Likely 7:30.
7:30. Okay. Alrighty. Ooh, Ellie's talking about Asteroids arcade machine in our basement. I love playing Asteroids. And I know I'm going to get shit about it, but my favorite arcade game was Pole Position. Take that as you want it. I liked racing games, but yeah, it was Pole Position. Mm-hmm. Doot, doot, doot,
Still is.
doot.
All right.
Shut up. Mean. Anyway, I miss it. My stepdad thought it would be
I'll see you
great.
guys tonight. Later. Have a good show.
All right. Bye. Have a good one.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
That was my drive-by honey. And there you go. Thank you, Winning Reality. So cute. Notice he doesn't put himself on camera when he's on my show. He sticks to the avatar. It's all right. I get it. I get it. It's too much work to put the glasses and the hat and the jacket and see, so he feels my pain a little bit when I'm like going on camera is too much work. It's just too much. Your stepdad thought it would be great to set up the whole basement as a play area for us kids. That's awesome. That is awesome. So many of us had that, but I mean, it's because they didn't want us messing up the living room either. Like they just throw us in the basement. They'd be like, "Oh, I'll go down to the basement," and they couldn't hear us either, which was a bonus for them. Half the time I went in the basement, they forgot I was down there, and I had everything. I had my whole library down there, everything. There was also skiing and checkers. Nice. That sounds like rumor mill speculation, probably. We're not going to know anything until they do a press conference or whatever. And they will at some point. I do miss Radio Shack. I used to build electronic products all the time. That was Daddy. Daddy loved Radio Shack. Every Sunday, I knew he was going for the paper. He was going to Radio Shack. On the way back, he was going to his mom and dad's to have like a half an hour of bullshitting with them. And then he'd come home and we'd have brunch. Like, that was just how it was every Sunday. And I knew every Sunday afternoon I had to learn how to do something electronic. If we didn't go to a car show or an airplane show or a hot air balloon show, or, unfortunately for Daddy, he used to take me to like the dollhouse furniture places were a thing back then. So they had like entire businesses, like entire stores that were just dollhouse furniture. And he would take me to those and go ahead, just get whatever you want. And he would just hand me a basket. My mother would be like, "Are you crazy?" He's like, "What? That's what she likes." And I would just get all sorts of stuff. And I still have almost all that stuff. I gave my aunt quite a bit of it for the Annie dollhouse, but I kept like my favorite pieces that like Daddy and I picked out together. We had a pool table, air hockey, asteroids, and a TV with a game system. I had a slot machine, a pinball machine, and a pachinko machine. There you go. No, Daddy said that having the slot machine was good for me because it never paid out, and that was like a piggy bank for me. And he wasn't wrong. He was not wrong. I fed that machine like it was my job. And it taught me later, when you go to Atlantic City, don't play the slot machines. You're not good at it, Shell. Play poker. You're much better at poker. The counter counted length of tape at the time. Did it really? I didn't know that. I had a Hananex 77 in the closet with my Atari, Sega Genesis. Oh my God, you had them all. My brother had them all too. Drove me nuts. I loved Gidget and the Flying Nun. Leave It to Beaver. Jukebox. Oh my God, I love jukeboxes. We had one in the tavern. And when eventually it broke and it just didn't, there was no point in repairing it. They just gave me all the records, which was great. My stepdad liked tinkering and repairing electronics and mechanical things. So he bought a bunch of old things and fixed them up for us. Aw. See, you had a jukebox in the basement. I had the old refrigerator that you used to pull the handle out and it unlatched. And then that heavy ass, like half a foot thick door would swing out. And you just go, and there was hardly any room in those fucking things. But what was in there? Soda pop and beer. That was it. It was my father's Heineken's on the bottom, and like my birch beer and cream soda and whatever on top. Well, it was his birch beer because I don't like birch beer. I like root beer, but he loved birch beer. I never liked it. But it was my cream soda and like my ginger ales that were on top. And then that was the kind that the bottom half was all the motor, and the freezer was like this little box, like this little square in the middle of the top of the fridge, and you couldn't get to it without opening the refrigerator. And then to close the refrigerator, you had to like put your body behind it and like slam it, otherwise it wouldn't latch. Oh yeah. Like that's what we had in our freaking basement. And I love that thing, man. It was just a piece of like 1950s, like just sitting there. We had Asteroid arcade machine in our kitchen for a while. Damn. Was it called the Patty Duke Show? It was, right? For cousins? Because they're cousins. Identical cousins, and you'll find. In the kitchen. Nice. Lost in Space, I really liked. I really liked it when I was young, but then when we watched it the other night, I was like, why did I like this? Like, this is terrible. Like, it was terrible. Watch it again, Scott. Ruin your childhood. Oh my goodness. Hugger Buggers. Look at us women knowing that show. It was so fun. Yep. There were a lot of women's shows. There was the one I'm thinking of the 80s. It had Ann Jillian, and she was a waitress in that restaurant that was at the top of a hotel. And the maitre d' was the chick, well, the owner was that chick that was married to Dabney Coleman in 9 to 5. What was her name? Mimi? Mitzi? Whatever the fuck her name was. But she was in that. We had, Alice. You had One Day at a Time. Give Me a Break. You had all those kinds. Like, they were great shows. They were great. And they were always new. Like, they solved everything in a half an hour. And the topic was always new. And it usually wasn't too heavy. And if it was a heavy topic, they warned you before the show. You remember that? They used to do like this may not be suitable. You might want to talk to your kids or have them, leave the room. And parents are like, get out. I'll watch it and I'll tell you how it goes. Otherwise, they were like, fuck it. Roll the dice. You could watch it. We'll deal with it later. But I mean, they didn't deal with a whole lot of like really heavy topics in a heavy way. It was always with humor. It was always with like a kind of like a squinty, satirical kind of look to it. That's why we're all so goddamn sarcastic. My dad got his payment for fixing a car. Sweet. Nice. Very nice. Had to bounce over as soon as I heard her sing it. I got work to do. Lots of it. Oh, goodness. I had since learned that it wasn't a good thing, but we were convinced that blowing on Game Boy games made them work better because it did. All right, it did. Not just the Game Boy games, any kind of Nintendo game. You had to like, and it had to make the noise. You had to hear like the wind tunnel effect going through it. Otherwise, you didn't do it right. It's like magic with dice. Oh my goodness. So he put it in the kitchen because our kitchen was so big. That's cool. That's cool. I remember everything being in my kitchen. And there's still being like tons and tons and tons of room. Because our bedrooms were small. The living room wasn't, huge. The basement, it was big. But again, like our basement flooded every once in a while. So you were careful what you put down there. Everything in my basement was at least 2 feet off the floor. Daddy built risers for everything. Because he got flooded once and that was like, nope, that was it. Aired everything out, dried everything, salvaged what he could, and then built everything 2 feet off the floor. And he was like, fuck it, let it flood. I don't care. I'll go get the sump pump, but I don't care because it's not going to ruin anything. He made it take coins and it would even take pennies so that we would have to earn the right to play it. Nice. Of course, he learned how to weaponize something fun. Of course, all parents do that. You're not a good parent if you don't learn to turn everything fun into a life lesson or a skill builder. I mean, come on now. I remember going to video stores with booths and back rooms. RP, what kind of fucking video store did you go to that had back rooms? I know even ours had a back room with the friggin' with the curtain, and daddy was like, "Don't you ever go back there." I was all right, shit. Because that's where all the porn was. I'm not dumb. I remember those fucking like I went near it one day. He was, "Where you go? Where you go? Where you go? Come back here." I said, "Why? I want to go look at them." And don't you go back. I'm not going back there. God, there's the sex stuff back there, right? How do you know about that? I'm not stupid. He was God, it bothered him that, that I knew what was back there. I knew what was back there because my father used to go back there all the time. He practically lived back there. So I knew I did not want to go there. Even when I got older, I didn't go behind the curtain very much. I'm not saying I didn't at all, but like I went a couple times because I was curious and I was just like, this stuff is gross. I was like, who watches this? Ugh. And then the prices on them, I was like, oh my God, like y'all paid a lot for porn. Like a lot. It was ridiculous how much those cost. They cost 2 to 3 times what a normal movie cost. I was like, oh, like, and I guess people paid it. I don't know. Everything back there, when I went back there the first time, I was like, why is everything wrapped in plastic? Yeah, I found out later. Yeah. Found out later why everything was cellophane to the teeth, but you know, it is what it is. Tricky, there was a switch inside to bypass having to put coins in. Oh my goodness, was there really? See, I never took them apart. I just played the game. We had a miniature one too on the bar at my uncle's house. I know Elliot was that at first, but then he changed it after a few weeks. You had to earn Atari time. See, my Atari time was like 6:00 in the morning. Daddy's only caveat for that was don't wake your mother up because he could sleep through anything except the fire alarm, going off because we had the town fire alarm. But my mother, she sleeps through anything. But if you woke her up early before 10:00 on a Saturday or Sunday, oh, your ass was grass. She was never going to leave you alone. Like that was a bitch fest all day long. And of course, I would wait until it said 10:00. And I would go over and lift up her eyelid and go, wake up. Then she'd be like, oh my God, can't you wake me up, sweet? Nope. I've been waiting for 5 hours for your ass to get up. Like I have played 80 video games. I did my homework for the whole weekend. I listened to records. I watched cartoons. I solved world hunger. You're still in bed. Get up. Like, I want to go. I want to go to the store. There are books to be bought. Damn it. I want to go to Sam Goody. I want to go to Walden Books. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. God, she hated me on the weekends. But I would wake up at 5:00 in the morning and be like, well, what do I do now? So daddy got the Atari and he was like, I will show you how to do it quietly. Oh, all right. And sure enough, that's why my eyes, I think, were so bad because I used to sit literally 3 or 4 inches from the fucking TV so that I could hear the sound effects because I didn't want to wake her up. But I did it. Listen, when there's a will, there's a way. When kids say, oh, I can't, liar, if you want it bad enough, you'll figure out a way. I do miss Blockbuster. Yeah. I have my Blockbuster card, Shenny. Oh my God. Listen, I still have my card, the whatchamacallit from Family Video. That was like Family Video closed when Katie was born, so 1995, and I still have it. The Partridge Family. I love the Partridge Family. Gone in together. What was that word? And we're singing a song. Come along, we're going together. I don't know. I just remember, I think I love you. I think I love you. I love David Cassidy. Oh, Good God, he was gorgeous. Shenny, I still have hopes of return. Hoping forever. It's not gonna happen. I miss Blockbuster. I worked for them in high school and college and after college for a bit. I never worked in Blockbuster. It was like the one place I didn't work. I worked in Quick Check, Food Town. Like, oh, God. Everything used to involve interacting with people. Now it's all contactless. Can you imagine? Can you imagine not talking to people? They literally would not hire you if you didn't have people skills. Because they were like, you better be nice to every customer, and you had to suck it up. You couldn't talk back to them. Oh no, you were an employee. You had no rights. Shut up and do what you're told. Go make your $4.50 an hour if you're lucky. Dennis the Menace. Oh my goodness, Dennis the Menace was awesome. Leave It to Beaver. I liked Eddie Haskell. I always liked the trouble kids. I am drawn to people with bad behaviors. I can't help it. I'm like, I can fix you. Yeah, it's a problem. Whatever. I'm working on it. Actually, it was my husband who said the Patty Duke show. I never watched it. You never watched it? I mean, he's right. But you never watched that with the twins? It was her doing both things, but oh my God, it was so funny. And just to watch them like go to like the soda shop, where like they had like the ice cream sundaes and I'll have an egg cream. Most people don't even know what an egg cream is. Don't try it. Trust me, if you don't, if you look at an egg cream and think it's going to taste like a shake, you're going to be very disappointed. The Osmonds. Oh my God. What about the Sonny and Cher? Captain and Tennille. That was my show. Captain and Tennille was my Muskrat Susie, Muskrat Sam. Oh, I used to love that freaking show. And she would always sing, "We Never Really Say Goodbye" at the end. And I would cry. I still cry. If you put that song on, I'll cry. It's just an automatic response. It's some kind of nostalgic trigger that I have. But as soon as she started, "We never really say goodbye." And it's like, nope. I'm just, that's it. I'm bawling I could cry now. It's so sad. It's so fucking weird. I know. I'm pathetic. Whatever. Shut up. Bummer, gonna have to catch the rest of this later. Oh, well, I'm gonna wrap it up because it's been 4.5 hours and I need to eat something because my stomach is literally just sitting. I don't know how you don't hear it. It's like, it sounds like Scooby. Like, it's bad, but it's annoying like Scrappy right now. By the way, did anybody like Scrappy Doo? Because I didn't. I hated that dog. Anytime I would turn, I'd be like, "Oh, it's Scooby-Doo time." And I'd see Scrappy be like, click, right off. My girl's like, "Oh, what? I thought you were going to watch Scrappy. I thought you were going to watch Scooby-Doo." Yeah, no, I saw that one already. The little one's on there, huh? I don't know why you don't like that little dog. He's so cute. I can't stand him. She's like, "That's because he reminds you of you." Hurtful. Not saying it's not true, but it was hurtful. Grandma knew how to cut right to the bone. Mercilessly and unapologetically. You don't like that character because it reminds you of you. Thanks. Thanks for being right, bitch. So, and you couldn't even say nothing. You just had to be like, just smile. Goodbye, Snipperoonie. I'll see you later. Remember the reruns? I loved reruns. Oh my God. When they used to put on like Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley. Oh, forget it. I'd be like, oh, I love this. Especially if they put them back to back. It's great. And they used to like syndicate certain things. They would rerun them literally back to back. Like they would do like MASH and MASH and Archie Bunker together, or Archie Bunker and the Jeffersons together. Or, they just had like this and the spinoff, this and the spinoff, this and the spinoff. So if one went on TV, you knew the other one was right after. People did constantly meet each other for everything. Not anymore. No. People are very content to just never meet. I'm still not like that. Like, I want to meet people, but everything has a time. I have to figure out what I'm gonna do for dinner. I didn't take anything out. Oh, honey. Sounds like a breakfast for dinner kind of day. It's always fun to have breakfast for dinner. Make like chocolate chip pancakes or something. Uh, Nice and easy. Make waffles, something fun. Something fun and filling and easy, and then you don't have to defrost shit. And if you want to make yourself feel better, make some scrambled eggs for them or whatever, or some sunny side up eggs, and they get the protein and you're good. And some sausage or not, maybe some bacon, ham, whatever. But breakfast for dinner is always my go-to if I'm like, I have no idea what to make. Oh, fuck it. I'll just make breakfast. They love it. They never complain. My kids have never complained when I made breakfast for dinner. We're doing leftovers because I need to clear out the fridge. The fridge. Oh, Take 2. Elephant said we're doing leftovers because I need to clear out the fridge for our huge monthly shopping tomorrow. Oh, there you go. There you go. I used to do that. The once a month shopping when I got to go to like a Sam's Club and everything else. Once I moved back to Hoboken, it didn't make sense to do that. I didn't have room for shit. My TV's not even plugged in anymore. Mine is in the basement, and I got another one in the closet. I'm waiting for him to go get the one from the basement to put in my room so that I don't have to squint trying to read this chat. I can't do it anymore, guys. It's so little. It's so little. Mostly because Baxter likes to try to knock it over, and I use my computer and phone. Yep. So I probably would use a tablet if mine actually worked. I'm right there with you, Arby. I age 50 years every time I watch this show. It takes me from childhood to old bitch. Listen, age is just a number. It's the amount of life you put in your lifetime. And you, Suzanne, are one of the few people I can attest to the fact you have lived quite the life. Like, I guarantee you are going to always look back and be nostalgic and happily reminisce, bitch about a couple things, but for the most part, you're going to look back and go, yeah, I did this shit right. Like, I lived a lot. That's something a lot of people can't say. I can say it. You can say it. A lot of the people in our chat can say it, but there are people out there who've never done anything. I would never give up what I've done. I mean, should I have made better decisions? Yeah, but they made for really good stories, and I'm still here. So there you go. No, it wasn't Burt Reynolds, Arby. God damn it. See, you're going to make me this up. Because it's going to bother me until Chuck Norris era man with this is terrible description, soul and pepper mustache on TV. Whatever. Let's see. We got no, I don't want freaking the guy with the legendary. Oh, that's a better way to put it. Okay, so legendary tough guys in the 70s on TV. Oh, is that him? That's it, Charles Bronson. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Google. For once he was the first one that came up too. Death Wish, Dirty Dozen, Great Escape. There you go. It was Charles Bronson. Yay! That would have drove me insane. I feel so much better now. Yep, the boys takes his tablet to the bathroom with him. Yeah, these kids don't know what it is to have to read the back of a shampoo bottle to have something to do while they're shitting. They have no idea. They have no clue what it's like to sit on a toilet and be like, oh, I'm going to be here a while, and start looking around. And you read, but see, that was good for us because you read all the warning labels. So you knew, don't drink this shit. Don't put this on your skin. Don't put this on the linoleum. This has bleach. This doesn't have bleach. It was educational. They just bring that shit in there and play games. My son goes in the bathroom for an hour and a half. I'm like, dude, do you not get hemorrhoids or piles? Do you not do your legs not go to sleep? Seriously? Like, how do you sit there? That's not good for you, dude. And he's like, I don't care. And he really don't. He don't give a shit. He's like, what? I forget. You just forget that you're sitting on the toilet for an hour and a half. I mean, I don't mind so much now, but when we all shared one bathroom, it was a pain in the ass. Because he'd be like, oh, wait, I haven't gone yet. You've been in there an hour and a half. Yeah, but I forgot to go. Oh my God. Like, really? Oh my God. I can't. I can't with these kids. They drive me insane. No, I posted it in the Discord. It was relevant to the people that I was talking about. But if you would like a copy of it, I could post it in Discord that you're in. Yeah, whatever. If you want to throw it in my Discord, I'll read it later. I like to read all that stuff, especially about vaccines. Kojak, Steve McQueen. No. It was Charles Bronson. Oh, Shelly, I have been perimenopausal for about 12 years. Oh, no. Did you really? The doctor told me it would be only 10. Well, listen. I was for like 5 years, and then it stopped for an entire year. And I got the damn shot, and it came back. And it brought friends. So, George Papard. Oh, I like George Papard. I did. No mustache. No, it was Charles Bronson. I got the flu shot as a teen, and I stopped getting the flu, latex, dermatitis, allergy. Last time I got the flu was last year. Because MMR. Don't convert to immune for measles. Really? I keep debating with God. God, give me one more baby. Then I'm like, I'm too old for that. I mean, if it's in the plan, it's in the plan. Whether you want it or not, if God wants it to happen, it's going to happen. But he knows best. So just trust. And eventually just remember, you're going to have tons of grandbabies. And those are the kind you get to give back whenever you want. My grandma had her last one at age 59. Holy crap. Don't tell me that, Suzanne. I'm not even 50. I tell you, my friend Anna was a change of life, baby. It showed. How old is your youngest? Let us know when you're expecting a new bundle. Oh, good. My first pregnancy triggered perimenopause 12 years ago. That'll do it. Surgically induced menopause 20 years ago. When he's about to yell at Shelly to go pee and eat. Not really. He doesn't yell at me. He lets me do my own thing. Sony tried to control the videotape market and ended up driving other electronic manufacturers to create VHS. Yep. Sony's always been a cuck. They're horrible. They're terrible. Like with their video games, everything. They're just like, no, you can't use any of my stuff. Like, really? You selfish people. That's why we try to outdo you. And that's why we take over and then you're stuck. They're lucky that there's some people that are just loyal to Sony. They'll only buy Sony stuff. Ellie Fun. Menopause is the worst time to get pregnant. It's like Mother Nature telling you, I don't think so. Zap, pregnant with twins. Yep. Twins and triplets run in my family. My dad's a twin. I mean, I'm a twin. So, and I've already been pregnant with twins once. So, if I were to get pregnant, and God, I'm not issuing a challenge, just so you know, if I get to freaking get busy, no babies, because I'm too fucking old for that shit now. I want to enjoy grandchildren that I can give back. But yeah, no, I could just imagine me just spitting them out 2 at a time. Oh no. That's no. We had a Panasonic back in the day. We had Toshiba. Toshiba was very big in my house because the Toshiba factory was 2 towns over. And my Aunt Dolly worked there, so we got tons of discounts. Do you remember Consumer Reports? That they used to have a Consumer Reports store? Like, what was it called? No, it was called Consumer Reports. And you used to look through like the catalog and you could go in and you like had to wait. You had to go up to the counter and they would go in the back and get you like the whatever it is that you wanted to buy. But you had to like fill out a whole form and everything. It was weird. I used to hate going to that store. It took forever to get anything because there were no shelves. It was just lines of people just lining up to say, okay, I have the catalog. Here's the number. This is what I want. It was mainly like electronics and like appliances and stuff like that. But that's where I had to go to get my I needed for Girl Scouts, I was supposed to get an AM FM weather band radio with the TV like option. But there was no screen, it was just sound. And the only place that had it was Consumer Report store. And I had to go there and daddy had to buy it for me. It was like $12. And he was like, I can't believe it's so expensive. Like, it's just a radio. Okay. She'll tell him it's by summer that she's preggo. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. There's a live press conference right now from the White House. President Trump holds press conference with Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom. Oh, lovely. It's a dog, not a cat. What's a dog, not a cat? Panasonic and every other manufacturer can only buy the patent rights because of the backlash to Sony refusing any contracts. It was a huge deal. It was a huge deal back then. There goes winning. Okay, pole position was fun. Galaga. Yeah, Galaga was a good game. It was. Centipede was a good one for me. I love playing Centipede and Millipede. I'll try to tune in tonight, but I've been part of the replay crew watching winning streams lately. That's all right. Replay is just as important. Believe me, most of the time, like they hold the chat going for me because by the end of the day, my arms hurt so much. It hurts to type. It really does. It hurts me to type. And I'm just there enjoying everybody else. I'll, jump in every once in a while, but it's like in bursts. I'll talk for like 10 minutes and I'm like, nope, for an hour, I'm just quiet. He's like, I know Shelly's still here. I'm like, yeah, I'm here. I'm just being a wallflower. Leave me alone. But no, I totally get it. Life happens, girl. Life happens. At least you're getting to watch, but was wondering where you been. Those fridges again. My Nano's house was, ginger ales, beer, and Pepsi. Yep. Cold as hell bottles on a hot summer night sitting on the front porch swing with my feet dangling. You missed that. We used to do that. We used to go out in the backyard or we'd go and take the fold out chairs and put them in the front gate. And my grandmother would just talk to everybody because they'd all be so excited to see her outside because they never saw her. And Kate, let me tell you what happened. They'd give her like 4 years worth of gossip. It's like, okay. Television was so different. Game shows, soaps, talk shows during the day. Totally different today because women are working now. Yep. These kids have been wearing me out. I think the sickness that ran through our house for 2 weeks is finally gone. Yay! Still that way, though. I don't watch it, but I leave it on in the background noise. I have to have background noise sometimes. Some days I can't have any noise. I will admit to that. Like some days Katie puts that radio on and I'm like, I curse a blue streak because I'm like, can we just have quiet just for one goddamn day? I just one day without that bubblegum bullshit that you listen to. I hate it. I hate her music. I can't believe I turned into that parent. Oh my God, you call this music? But it's true. It sucks. Mine would wear me out when they were home. Glad sickness is finally gone. There you go. I don't have cable or digital antenna either. No, me neither. A lot of people now they have internet only service. That's what I got. Wait until 10:00. Okay, Shelly, I'm gone. Life's calling. Good night. Bye, Suzanne. Have a wonderful rest of your day, honey. My favorite Kanuki. I have a digital antenna. I don't have crap. I have the streaming services or nothing. Yesterday, I was in the driveway playing hopscotch. Were you really? I noticed the work truck next door looked at me and said, the humans over there working again. Mm-hmm. There you go. Superstar video card and Blockbuster card. There you go. See, that's the thing. We are very nostalgic people. You hold on to the weirdest shit, don't you? Things that you thought were important when you got them are like, man, no, what am I going to hold on to for the next 30 years? Blockbuster card. Fucking bury me with it. Because you don't know. There might be a blockbuster up there. I want to make sure I can get, Star Wars. I want to be able to rent Lady Chatterley's Lover. It was a good movie. The things my youngest say have me laughing all day. Do you take it to the fence? I mean, girl, you want to fix it. I want to fix everybody. Family Video was open until around 4 years ago here. Nice. Midnight special. Kids say the darndest things. They really do. Kids will blow up your shit like nothing. They don't care. That's why you just like, I never understood when my mother was like, shut up. She'd be like, oh my God, this kid's going to hang me one day. Why? What did I say? I just told the truth. Like, he asked the question. I didn't want him to know that. Well, you didn't tell me that, did you? You said not to lie, so I didn't lie. Oh, shut up. Yeah, my gram cut with words too. We only said yes, ma'am, because the alternative of having to hear a nag about the disrespect was worse. Absolutely. There's a time you could watch 3 different episodes of Happy Days in one day. Yep. Absolutely. I remember that. Oh, man. Come on. I don't know if I never noticed this much before, but I'm noticing more now. People don't listen. They just say whatever they're thinking out loud, actually, without actually paying attention to what they say. I mean, that's how I live. Hello. Do you think I could think about everything I'm going to say if I'm getting up here for 5 hours and just talking by myself? Nope. I kind of have to open the spigot and let whatever's going to run through the faucet run through. Otherwise, it'd be too stilted and I'd be the whole fucking time. I've noticed that, yes, it's been slowly building in numbers too. There you go. Ever since I heard that stupid my truth, they used to discard all truth. Yeah, that whole my truth, I don't go for that. Bronson derp. See, Charles Bronson. See, y'all got it. Charles Bronson is a very interesting person. He actually fought in the war too. He was the tough guy. He was. Like, there's nobody who looked at Charles Bronson and said, I could take him. No. The stare alone, the way he squinted his eyes whenever he talked, like, you were like, I ain't fucking with him. Like, you knew he was dangerous. I don't care about acting. Like, the man he just looked dangerous. And I dug it. It was cool. I can't believe I forgot his name. So stupid. Oh my God, I had no idea who you were talking about. However, my husband has been saying Charles Bronson since you first described. Please tell your husband thank you. He was like, see, if you would have just told her. There you go. Gene Hackman at 16 lied about his age so he could join the United States Marine Corps. That is fucking awesome. Man. Moody Child is rage water color painting right now. I don't know if I should be annoyed or amused. Be amused, because being annoyed just aggravates you more. Like, why? Just laugh. A smidge of both. Lean toward the amusement. I hope his mood is better tomorrow. I am not going to pray for more patience. Listen, I told you, pray for patience, not for strength, because if you have strength, you're going to jail. Yeah, mail order for Sears the first 10 years in Alaska. Those lines were so annoying. God, I remember having to like go through the catalog to tell them what I wanted because no stores ever like just carried shit. It was all in catalogs. And this way they knew what store they had to go to because certain stores carried certain things. And it was like, all right. Not every Sears had appliances. Not every Sears had toys. Not every Sears carried like male clothing or female clothing. Like they would have just baby section because real estate up by me is super expensive. They put in whatever they could to the space that they were renting. And they tell you, if you want everything, go to the Sears in Willowbrook. Go to that one. Go to Willowbrook Mall to that Sears. They have everything. It's 4 freaking stories high. Go ahead. But the other ones were like little, like branches of Sears. And we even had Sears and Roebuck. You remember Sears and Roebuck? That was a thing before it was just Sears. There was Two Guys. Two Guys was a thing. Kmart, that was another thing. Caldor. I loved Caldor. Oh man. I used to I was really young though, and I would confuse it with the damn Calgon, the bubble, you know, the bubble bath. And we'd go to Caldor and be like, Caldor, take me away. And my mother would just look at me. I'd be like, what? Calgon, take me away. This is Caldor. Caldor is the store. Calgon is the bubble bath. Can I just tell you guys? I knew that. I mean, all right, I lied. I said I used to get confused. I got confused like 2 times. And then after that, I realized it really annoyed the shit out of her. So I just did it for shits and giggles. And my grandmother knew. Because she would just, that little, Caldor is the store. Calgon is bubble bath. Oh, all right. You sure? No. Still can on antenna TV. Still can on antenna TV channel Happy Days. That was a whole bunch of. I got what you're saying though. There you go. I like being alert because the world needs more alerts. You jerk. Last time I prayed for patience, I caught every red light. I looked up and said, "You know this isn't working, right?" I mean, God loves to test your patience. He does. He's like, "You asked for more. Let's see if it worked, right? Let's see if you picked up what I was putting down." He's just trying to gauge how much patience you need. That's all. Ellie said, Wolfram, I was taught if you pray for patience, God is going to test it. There you go. I didn't even read that and I said it. Hence, I do not pray for patience. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember those stores. Inside out and backwards. That's me. Or was as a kid. Yeah, well. I had a lot of fun as a kid, despite, the childhood that I had. I made the most of all my time. And I look back fondly on most of it. But most of it that I look back fondly on is me just by myself. Like me doing stuff. Just playing records by myself, reading, playing games. God. Playing games as a family was a thing. We always played like Life, Monopoly, Scrabble, Mousetrap. That was a pain in the ass game. You want to talk about a game that's a whole bunch of lead up to a whole bunch of at the end? Mousetrap was the worst because you went through the whole damn thing for that stupid tub to go all the way down, and it would stop halfway and piss me off. Piss me off. We just, oh my God, you played the whole damn thing and then it didn't work in the end. And it was like, all right, operation was good for me. I had really good hands back then. There was no bzz. My mother used to bzz every time and she'd jump. Every time. Every time. I play games with my kids minimally twice a week. Last night was Uno. Oh, I love Uno. A few days ago, we played War. You played War with the 52 card deck, like 26 each. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Like it was 1, 2, 3 War. If you get the same one. I played that with my son one day, and he was just like, "Why are you so good at this game?" He was like, "All right, you have 2 cards left." I was like, "You're not gonna win." And he was like, "Why?" I was like, "Just you're not," because the 2 cards I had left were both aces. I was like, "There's no way you're winning unless you have an ace, and you're not winning. You're just not." And he was like, "I can win, no, because I have these 2, which means pretty soon I'm gonna have 4." And if I get lucky on those draws, I might have 6 or 8. But at minimum, I'm going to keep these 2 cards no matter what, unless you get them in a sweep for War. He was so aggravated with me. So he was like, "What do you mean I can't win if I..." Dude, you ain't winning. I mean, you might eventually, but it's going to take you like 30, 40 hands. Why? Because luck is not on your side. Like, it's just not. He had a good time there. He was like, "I can't believe you keep getting cards back." I know. It's all right. You'll learn. It's fine. But yeah, I do. I love war. My mother and I used to play that all the time. It's the only thing that she would play. I know that Ray's Mousetrap was a big nothing burger. That one was so disappointing. And it just looked so intricate. It had and that was the other thing, so many pieces. Oh my God. So many pieces. I never had a game with that many teeny tiny freaking pieces that would get lost. Like, it was insane. We have a cabinet full of games in our schoolroom. That's cool. I love board games, but I'm also very competitive. So it's hit or miss with the board game. I'm going to win no matter what. It doesn't matter. I'm always going to win. That's just me. But I'll have fun. I'll let you win the whole game. And then like the last 10 minutes, just fucking flounce everybody. I love doing that. We never had any trouble with Mousetrap. Did you play Mousetrap or did you use Mousetraps? Because Mousetraps set up are quite effective. But yeah, no, ours used to get stuck on that little saw thing where it clicks back and forth, and it goes down like one ridge at a time. It always used to get stuck, and I used to get so mad. So mad. You played it a lot? Yeah, we didn't play it that often. Maybe that was the thing. It just wasn't worn in. But yeah, that was frustrating for me. I used to like the game Spill the Beans. Did you ever play that one? That's the one where you have the cup in the middle and it's kind of on a hinge, like on a like a bevel, I guess, or whatever. And it would go back and forth, and you would put one bean on each side, and like each one of you would add beans until it finally tipped over. I loved that game. My mother sucked at that game. I won every time because she's just not good at like stacking things. She just didn't know how. I buy games for a family gift for Christmas. Got bingo this past Christmas, and I was told that's for old people. Really? Aw. I used to love Woolworths with the little cafe. My mother would go do her like curtain shopping, and I would sit at the cafe counter and have a Coke, usually with like a scoop of ice cream in it, because I didn't want to go by the curtains. I hated the kitchen section. Like, she had curtains and dish towels and pot holders, and she could be in that section for hours. And I didn't get it. Now I get it. I would love to go there. They had tons of shit. But yeah, no. No, she used to go there for hours, and I'd just sit at the counter and just drink my, my root beer float. That's what it was. In the little cafe, chocolate malts. Oh yeah, they used to have the little chocolate malts. Oh my goodness. Scott said, I don't blame you either. Yes, Spill the Beans was great fun until my sister lost the beans. Really? Aw. Current mood, ignoring the rage. All right. Well, I need to eat. It's almost 5 o'clock. I am starving, and now I really do have to go to the bathroom. So I am going to check out right now. Thank you guys for keeping me company today and keeping me amused. I hope I amused you as well. And since they only released part of the list, that was a big old nothing burger. But whoever picked partial, kudos to you. I don't think I even voted in my own damn poll. Damn it. Anyway, for my youngest, Connect 4 for Christmas. I bought that Savage Uno one. What is it? Uno, I don't know. It's like a totally mean Uno with like pick up 10 or whatever. I bought that, and I got the one that you put the headphones on and you have to guess what the person is telling you. It's like a whole lip reading thing, whatever. That's going to be fun if we ever get to fucking play it. Anyway, hey, Gutter. Hello, my love. How are you? Good A to you. All right, I am going to go. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.